Club's governance. Okay, club's governance. Somebody dropped down. So that's
Oh, okay.
Joe Hart is dropped out.
Yeah. So how does that work Okay, one second. I'm gonna make a note of that. Okay. 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 What about this is all online, right? So how does that work?
Thank you guys.
Thanks. Names. I do not have names, so I can ask Kat to send me one, so I can call them out for their speeches. Yeah. Yeah. 2 minutes each, and then I don't know anything about what Cecilia talked to me about this one. Yeah, and she sent me a list of candidates, but I can't find it. Cecilia?
I'm just wondering if there's like any extras in this line.
Yeah, I will. So just when we do that, just I'll come up.
And you'll
I'll
handle
just
the
start- I'll
ballots
walk
and
around while you're kind of explaining what's gonna happen. Okay.
stuff? Okay, sounds good.
So I have every presentation. There's only three.
Okay, Nico gave you the stuff?
No, I'm missing one. I'm missing the executive board.
Okay, where's Nico? Pardon?
You want to just get that?
No, Nico was going to eat food, so I'm not quite sure where he is. Sorry.
If somebody asks for like say, oh, I want to have a presentation, just like maybe you're
Okay,
okay.
sounds good. Pardon?
Drop it off at any one of them. Just don't put it on here. And when it's complete.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, you'll be giving it to Nico, so as soon as he shows up, maybe give it to him.
Okay,
Thank you. Like,
Okay, thanks.
really good. How are you? Thank you.
Okay, should we get started? Oh, that's
Are
fine.
there any other questions?
All right, hi everybody, we're gonna get started, so if you can find your seats, that would be great. All right, so the time is now 7:08, and I'm calling this meeting to order. So please stand for the land recognition. All right, so first of all, welcome to our September council meeting. And today I have the honor of reading our land acknowledgement. A land acknowledgement pays respect to the original peoples of the territory upon which we are occupying and is an important step in the ongoing process of reconciliation. Reconciliation aims to establish a mutually respectful relationship between non-Indigenous and Indigenous peoples. Before coming to Western, I'd never heard of a land acknowledgement and had very limited knowledge about the Indigenous population. Through coursework and events such as We Are All Treaty People, I had the opportunity to establish a relationship with Indigenous people, their culture, and gain a better perspective about the history and resilience of the Indigenous population. Our university campus that we have the privilege of enjoying to learn and grow upon is the home of many thriving Indigenous communities, such as the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape, and Attawandaron peoples, who have long-standing relationships to the land and region of southwestern Ontario. The local First Nation communities of this area include Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and Munsee Delaware Nation. In the region, there are 11 First Nation communities and a growing Indigenous urban population. Through this land acknowledgement, I hope to pay respect to the original peoples of this territory and encourage each of you to use your privilege to support and further the process of reconciliation. Thank you, and please remain standing for O Canada. All right, thank you. We'll remain standing for the singing of the Western School song. All right, W's up. Western, Western, Western U, college fair and square. Arts and meds are strong for you, deny it if you dare. This U is our U, and for her we'll strive to do our best to fight with mind and main. What's Maine? We will always adore her, our alma mater, Western School of Fame. Western U goes marching down the field. The other team will never ever yield. And though the other team has lots of pep, see our team, they'll know they're out of step. And when the game goes down in history, history's another Western victory, victory. Cheers go out for Western U, Western U. Rah, 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 rah. Highest sky of Western U, W-E-S-T-E-R-N, Western, 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 woo! All right, thank you. We can now be seated. Okay, we are now going to move on to roll call. All right, so one for present. Polls are now open. That's probably, do you think that's good? All right, so we're going to close the polls in 3, 2, 1. It's now closed. Awesome, everybody's here. All right, and can you get the All right, so if you can take a look up at the screen, we have a copy of our legislative calendar. So I just wanted to walk through our legislative process just as a reminder for all the councillors here when they're working on motions. So if you look at our next month, our call for agenda items goes out on October 9th. So this means that if you want to have a motion at October Council, you need to at least start that motion at the bare minimum on Wednesday the 2nd. And please try and get your motions in ahead of time so that they're all not coming in to Melissa at the last minute. So just some important dates. Our council meeting is on the 30th of October next month. And the agenda deadline is October 16th. So if you can just take a minute to note these dates down. You can also find a copy of the legislative calendar in the new Google Drive that Melissa made. It has a ton of great resources for you, and it was sent to your Western USC email. So if anybody has any issues accessing that, please let us know. All right. And also, if you haven't noticed yet, we have our Deputy Speaker, Daniel, here. So welcome, Daniel. I'm super excited to have you this year. Okay, yeah, round of applause for Daniel. All right, thank you. Okay. Also, just a note, so we did have a bit of trouble getting counselors to help out with our Deputy Speaker hiring process. So we are only able to have one counselor sit in on interviews, where there typically is two. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of this. It wasn't by choice. We made an effort to try and involve counselors, but we unfortunately couldn't get people to come with scheduling concerns. So just a reminder that as a counselor, you do have a duty to ensure the smooth functioning of the USC, so please make sure that you're responding to these opportunities and helping out whenever you can. So thank you, and we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Yeah, Vice President Dunn.
I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda. I'd like to add a presentation under Section 10 for an USA presentation of about 10 minutes with a 10-minute question period to follow.
All right. Okay, are there any questions about the amendment? Okay, and well, you'll be the mover, and can I get a seconder, President Gelayer? All right, so those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placards. All right, so it looks like it's unanimous. We'll be making that change. All right, are there any other amendments to the agenda? Yep, Councillor Adewusi.
Councillor Deusi, Science Councillor. I'd like to move to add a Elections Canada presentation under Section 10 for 5 minutes.
All right. Are there any questions about this presentation? All right. Can I get a seconder for this presentation? Councillor Keenan. Awesome. Okay, and those in favor of allowing this presentation to be added to the agenda, please raise your placards. All right. So seeing no objections, we will add this to our agenda. Um, 10 minutes, yeah. All right, and so the minutes for the summer council meeting aren't quite ready yet, so we're not going to, oh, actually, sorry, one sec. Okay, so those in favor of passing the agenda as amended, can I get a mover? All right, Councillor Cronin, and a seconder, Councillor Campbell. All right, so we will proceed with our agenda. Okay, and as I was saying, our July minutes aren't quite ready yet, so we'll approve those at the next meeting. And we will now move on to our presentations. All right, so Vice President Dunn, if you want to come give your USA presentation.
We can take turns?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, no worries. Hi, everyone. So while we're getting the presentation up, I just wanted to take a moment to introduce ourselves. So in addition to serving as your vice president, as part of my role as serving on the USA Steering Committee, which is the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance, I'm also the president of USA. So the past week, I've been on 3 other campuses that are our member institutions doing presentations just like this one to tell you about the value of USA, what you get out of USA, alongside my partner in crime, Eddie Avila, if he wants to take a moment to introduce himself.
Sweet. So hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. Quick intro, my name is Eddie Avila. I'm currently the Executive Director of the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance. So that's one of the 4 full-time staff members that supports the student leaders who are the Board of Directors of the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance. Yeah, it's super nice coming to different campuses to visit. I used to be at some point in time involved in the USC. I was a former USC president a couple of years ago. So yeah, it's so nice to be back. So I'm sure you guys are going to have an amazing year. But I'm excited to be here and excited to talk a little bit and answer any questions you might have about USA. But with that, I'll let Kat take it away.
Amazing. Do you guys have a clicker? I'll just point. Great. Alrighty. So this is USA, like we discussed. We can go to the next slide, and I'll start telling you a little bit about it. So USA is made up of. Can you guys hear me? Or is it better if I use the mic?
Use the mic.
Oh, I would prefer that. Amazing. All right, so USA is made up of 8 different member associations across the province, including the USC, as well as WUSA, so that's the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association, the McMaster Student Union, Brock University Students Union, the Laurier Students Union, the AMS over at Queen's, Trent Durham Students Association, as well as the SGA at Laurentian up north. We comprise over 150,000 students that we represent collectively, and what we do is we lobby and advocate to government on policy recommendations that we develop with and from students that deliver an accountable, high quality, affordable, and accessible post-secondary education sector. Great. Next slide. Alrighty, so it's really, really important to note about USA is how student-centric and student-driven that we are. So everything that we do, as you will get to see as we kind of go through this presentation, is grounded in the student voice and feedback from our students at each of our associations, which is why these campus visits are so important to hear about you and hear how USA is kind of working for you as a member institution that has a say in how we guide our advocacy and our policy. All right, next slide.
Sweet. So just speaking about a couple of the core activities that USA does as an organization. So one of the cool things is that we conduct a lot of primary research on a number of student issues. I'll quickly point out in the back, Brittany and Ryan, there are 2 research and policy analysts. So they're 2 of the 4 full-time staff members, so we're only missing 1. And yes, so everything that we do in terms of research and policy, the cool thing is that we support it, but ultimately it is written and produced by our student delegates and student authors. So that's something that's very core to our kind of principles as an organization. So develop informed substantive policy papers. We can talk a little bit about that later. We lobby the government to enact these changes, and we represent the student perspective throughout the sector. And one thing that Kat and I will talk about throughout the presentation is that we have been viewed and continue to be viewed as a major student stakeholder when it comes to providing that student perspective in the sector. So that's something, we have a good reputation. That is something that we work very hard on. So that's something we'll continue to do.
Great. This is you.
Yeah, so quickly, I won't go through all of them, but here you'll see the 20 policy papers that are in our policy library. One thing that is important to note about USA, especially me as a non-student kind of full-time staff support, is that I'm only allowed to say any policy or policy recommendations that come from our policy papers directly. So when it comes down to it, I'm only kind of reiterating the same student voices that have written the papers themselves, and I'm bound by those policies. So we really take it very seriously that everything that we're saying to government is from that student perspective that has been passed, written, and ratified by the student delegates at our General Assembly, which I'm sure you'll be talking about a lot later today.
Great. So other activities that we participate is if you want to get involved other than attending a General Assembly, we write a lot of op-eds, we maintain a blog, and we engage with traditional and social media. So you will see a lot of the publications that we do are things that we incorporate voices from throughout the sector. So we engage with the Council of Ontario Universities, which is essentially like the university presidents, so like Dr. Alan Shepard's equivalent. We also have opportunities for students to share their perspectives on advocacy issues by writing either in our publications or writing in our blogs if you want to get a head start. And then we also have a lot of campaigns. So since September 10th, I believe it was the date we began our campaign. We launched an OSAP campaign across all of our 8 campuses, including this one. So you may have seen throughout that week people downstairs asking students to share and write a letter to their local MPP, to the Minister of Training Colleges and Universities, and to the Premier. That campaign closes on October 7th, so we're more than halfway through, but we've had a lot of really great success so far with over 600 letters written. We're hoping to crack 1,000, so please share it with your friends if you or somebody that you know is impacted by the OSAP cuts. We're really focusing on what changes to OSAP have been made and how are they kind of hurting access to the post-secondary sector. Otherwise, we conduct conferences, which we will get into a little bit more when we talk about General Assembly. Alrighty, so we've been talking about student-centric, but what does that mean? So when we think about our students, they are at the core of everything that we do. While we write our policy papers and their student authors and we ratify them at General Assembly, we are hoping that our delegates are consulting with their constituents on the ground, who are the students, in order to have informed stances when they go to General Assembly and debate those policy papers and stances, which essentially become then USA's lobbying mandate later on. At General Assembly, we, like I said, pass those policy papers and debate those, but we also do things like once a year in our fall at our annual general meeting, look to our fiscal documents, and we show those to all of our delegates in order to ensure that we are being accountable to our members. And we also include things like our strategic planning process, as well as our annual and strategic plans at the General Assemblies. So it really ensures that we are consulting students throughout every process and stage of our organization. Then we get to the steering committee. So that is our board of directors that is made up of 9 individuals. So we have 1 external advisor from Queen's. If you want to chat about that, it's just because their vice president and executive structure looks a little bit different than the way it does at other student associations. So somebody who's like in a student staff role actually has a little bit more expertise to sit as the voting member from Queen's. And we guide the organization in the day-to-day. They are the vice president, like me, or equivalent at 8 of our different student associations. They really inform our advocacy efforts. And finally, the executive. So we elect a president of USA, which is myself this year, as well as a vice president of human resources, which happens to be at Trent Durham this year, and vice president of finance over at Waterloo. And finally, we have our home office. So Eddie makes up one of those 4 members who really carry out the day-to-day operations to ensure that USA is always linked into the stakeholders that are in Toronto when I can't be there, as well as ensure that the lights keep going every day while I'm over here at the USC.
Sweet. Let's see what's next. Okay, yeah, it's just a couple of pictures. This is just an example of our last General Assembly, which was at Waterloo. So this was after a plenary session, which is a big, basically kind of like a council setting like this, where we take a look at the policy that we've been kind of reviewing and editing all weekend, and finally take a look if it's worth passing, and then we continue with those motions there. So that's just a nice little pic. You can see that there actually is some Photoshop because we forgot the sign. So that's a beautiful USA logo that's actually just on a white piece of board. Yeah, whatever. This is here. I'll let Kat talk about this.
So this is our steering committee, like I was mentioning before. So that's me. This is Will over at the AMS. Matthew is the tall man on the left. He's our vice president of finance. On the right is David, who is the voting member over at Queen's. He is their external affairs commissioner. And then we have Raina, who's our vice president of human resources, next to me on the right. Sean Cruz over from Laurier, Caitlin Cotilla from Laurentian, and then over on the far right is Shamar Hackett from McMaster. Yes, there is one missing. We are missing Brock. It's very hard to get us all in a room together, and her name is Nivi, and she is lovely. Alrighty.
Sweet. So another reason we come to every campus is that is a member of the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance is because we want to talk a little bit about the fee that we charge to our student associations, because we want to be as transparent as possible. So $316 per student. That's one time per year. So we don't charge it twice per semester. It's just one payment at the beginning of the year. The reason we want to show this is because we want to be as transparent as possible. We'll talk a little bit about like kind of like the different things that you get from being a member of the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance. But we wanted to show you that when it comes down to like something that is kind of impacting so many students, this is the fee that we are charging individual member institutions per student. And the other reason we wanted to bring this up is because given kind of like the climate that we're in right now with the Student Choice Initiative, we wanted to be as transparent as possible and tell you guys that we passed an operating policy that basically ensures that we're only charging member associations the number that they're having of students opting in. So we're not going to ask like the full FTE count that we usually base it off of. We're only going to be charging member associations the percentage that of students who have opted in.
FTE stands for full-time equivalent.
Yes.
Alrighty, so what do you get from being a member of USA? So being a part of USA means that you have a seat at our steering committee table, which means that we'll get into it in a little bit, what our advocacy priorities and what our campaigns are for the year. So setting those is super key, especially when we are such a respected voice in this sector, and being able, in order to be able to prioritize
Sorry,
those.
that's all the time you have.
Okay.
Could we get a motion to extend President Jalayer and a seconder, Councillor Atala? Okay.
5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Megan. Alrighty, so leadership in the province. So USA really is seen as a respected voice in the sector and is seen as kind of setting the student agenda throughout Ontario. Access to decision makers. So often we have players from government and players from key stakeholders in the post-secondary education sector that come to us to consult on recommendations or on potential collaborations, which is super important in order to be an effective voice. Finally, resources and assistance. So Ryan and Brittany are our lovely research and policy analysts, as well as Crystal Mack, former USC alum as well, shout out, who is our operations and communications coordinator. And they help support our associations across the province in doing that research and policy work, as well as that social media advocacy. Best practice sharing with different members of your executive, and finally, opportunities for students. So writing blogs, article writing like I discussed earlier, and we also have a student internship, which is a super cool opportunity. Really encourage you to do it. I did it a couple years ago, and it was awesome.
Sweet. So Kat alluded to this a little bit, so I'll be quick on it. This is our letter writing campaign. So I would say, I'm sure a lot of you are part of different council groups. I'm sure they would love to see this link in their council groups so they can sign the letter as well. An update from today, Western was very receptive. We're like 15 signatures away from reaching 700, so that would really be nice. And I know there's like 30 to 40 people here in this room, so I know that if you have a little chance, go to USA.ca/sign the letter and sign the letter if you're interested.
Great. So this is just an example of one of the conferences we hold. It's WelcomeCon. That was actually me when I was an intern interacting with one of our stakeholders. We had around 6 there that day. That just happened to be the College Student Alliance. This is our steering committee again. This is Nivi, in case you really wanted to know what she looked like. This is an example of a picture that we took from Lobby Conference last November. So each November we have a student advocacy week where we meet with a bunch of members of provincial parliament over at Queen's Park. We met with over 60 last year, and we're hoping to continue to do the same thing this year. And this is a picture with the parliamentary assistant of Training Colleges and University, MPP Piccini, Premier Doug Ford, as well as the former minister to TCU, which is Marilee Fullerton, over on the right, along with some steering committee members. Hopefully you recognize at least one of them. This is a picture of Andrea Horvath at our fall General Assembly last year. She happened to be the constituency representative for Hamilton Centre, so she attended on that behalf. This is Kathleen Wynne at our LobbyCon last week. So we do get access to some high decision makers across party lines, I think is the key takeaway from these slides. Okay, our priorities. I know this is what you've been waiting for. So this year, USA's priorities are student mental health, sexual violence prevention and response, student financial aid, and preparing students for the workforce. We have some super cool recommendations, but I know I'm running out of time, so if you want to hear more, come chat with me, and I'd love to talk to you about policy. On the right side...
Yeah, very quickly as well. So on the right side, we have some of the milestones that we over the years have been able to accomplish in collaboration with the sector and with the government. So I'm not going to go through all of them as well, but all of these are available on our website as well, USA.ca. Then there's also a little section where it says recent publications. So again, this is the hard work of the research and policy analysts. We've released several different reports, some talking about the affordability of education, some talking about the accessibility of education. So a lot of different kind of elements in which research and informing kind of the sector and having that narrative continue as USA being a strong voice in that.
Amazing. So this is just an example of one of our successes. So our policy authors usually get together a few months in advance, including students on the ground. So this happened in August when they started the policy ideation phase, and they drew this graph to talk about where grants would help improve access the most to post-secondary education. We then ratified it at our fall General Assembly. This is the graph that made it into our policy paper. And then that spring, it made it into the Ontario budget. And that was the beginning of the targeted free tuition program with OSAP, which was a super cool win for USA. So just an example of how advocacy can work. I have 45 seconds. We got transit passes back from the Student Choice Initiative. Next slide. Okay, so this is an important slide, so I'll try and rush through it. This was the budget from last year. I'm only going to talk about the contingency. See how it's 5%? Next slide. Now it's 12%. So what we did is we found efficiencies within all of our budget lines. So this is not more money pulled into this. This is the relative amount. So we are now, with the Student Choice Initiative, once we get our final numbers, are hopeful that we will not have to take from our other areas, so it's not hurting our operations. We did that work in the summer. Questions? Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay, can I get a motion to extend for a 5-minute question period? Okay, President Dreyer and Councillor Kozak. All right, any questions?
Patrick Morris, Education President. I have a hard time pitching to education students the value of USAP. Like now there is the...
Okay, do you want to pause for a second and just grab a mic so everybody can hear you? Okay.
All right. Patrick Morris, Education President. I have a hard time pitching the value of USA to education students. There is the explicit, direct undergraduate lobbying that happens, but specifically education students, and I can say this as an education student, I haven't heard a response to the implementation of the mandatory math test. And so those are kind of major concerns that directly affect education students. So education students kind of say, okay, well, where's our voice? Why do we contribute these funds, which I would agree are pretty fair, but why do we contribute these funds and we don't necessarily see the tangible action happening for education students specifically?
Yeah, I think that's oh, sorry, that was really loud. I think that's a super valid point. What I would say is I would first just start by talking about, I think, our 4 policy priorities that are this year, but they are often repeated year after year, impact all students, mental health, sexual violence prevention, financial aid, and work-integrated learning opportunities, really value across programs, and I think that's why we tend to get so much consensus from those at the steering committee level. What I would also say is that we try and set the direction of USA based on what we are hearing from students. So I would really encourage yourself, education students, to come out and talk with us about what we can do. I know that when we heard all of the different voices about OSAP throughout the summer, it was very clear to us that we had to have a robust campaign and it had to be one of our main priorities this year. So really encourage you to come out and also share if you have any way to communicate with the education representatives at your counterparts to be talking to their steering committee members, because really it's when we hear all of these voices from our different institutions that we're able to work with you, but we're always happy to give advice on how to advocate and collaborate.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, so thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Councillor Adewusi, do you want to come give your presentation? Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have a microphone as well?
That'll work, but if you want a personal one, there's one right there. Well, take the hint.
Hey everyone, my name's Clark, and alongside Femi and Michaela, we are the 3 community relations officers for Western University with Elections Canada this year, and we just wanted to run a quick presentation about kind of what our role is and how we're going to be supporting kind of the USC's initiatives as well through the elections.
So the purpose of our role is to kind of create awareness on campus and like with students about like where to vote, when to vote, how to vote, and how to register to vote. Not just in like the regular, the standard election, but also in the advanced polling and the special ballots that allow them to vote in whatever district that they're from at home. Sorry, this fly. Yeah. So we're also we're tasked with interacting with any organization that might represent the student body. So in that case, that would be Western Administration and also the USC specifically. Yeah.
Okay, so together, along with the ARO and a few other stakeholders at Elections Canada, we've come up with kind of a student outreach strategy and how we can kind of specifically target Western students, be it first years or upper year students, over the next basically month. And as you can see here, we have kind of like 6 major points of what we want to do, beginning with just advertising voter information on campus and try and get like posters up in residences as soon as possible. So we're working on that. Second, establish a voter information kiosk in the UCC. We're hoping for next week just to have kind of a table where people can just see us as Visibility Elections Canada, register to vote, more information about the external service point and whatnot that's going to be happening in UCC. Third, we're going to be promoting people to sign up to be a poll worker. I have some cards with me here that you can come see me after if you're interested in that, or if you have any friends or anyone you know would be interested. And we're especially looking for political science students because we believe this year they're going to be having some kind of program-related content, and I believe they get some kind of credit for it. Four, we're going to support the USC election initiatives and whatever that may be. I'm sure we're going to be getting into that later. Fifth, support the external service point, which is going to be in the UCC October 5th to 9th. And this external service point is just another basically service station for Elections Canada outside of the returning office in the Cherry Hill Mall for London North Centre. And they're going to be full-time staff there kind of all day preparing special ballots and voter registration, and also revising if you want to take your ballot and vote for your, I guess, in your riding. And then sixth, we're going to be supporting the Election Day poll, which is going to be in the UCC on October 21st.
So it's not kind of the key information we wanted to send to you guys, just to kind of take back to your different constituencies and send that back and kind of get your guys' support to help support us. Up here you'll see, so students can vote for London North Centre and they can vote for their home riding. So sending that message to students and making sure they do vote in both places. Only vote for one, they're only choosing one to vote for. So Elections Canada will be at Cherry Hill Mall. We'll also be having it on, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So the ESP is going to be in the UCC from the 5th to the 9th in the UCC basement. Elections Canada is going to like set up their office, and they said it was going to be a space near the Tim Hortons downstairs.
UCC 43.
Okay, I guess UCC 43 then. And yeah, if the students want to vote in a special ballot, which allows them to vote in whatever riding they're from, or in London, they can do so up until the 15th. But if they don't do it in the ESP, they have to go to one of the Election Canada centers, and the closest one to in North Centre is Cherry Hill Mall. Something else we're looking to try to get people informed about is the fact that students in residence really might not have any evidence that like they actually are from here. If they have like driver's license or IDs, it's going to show that they're from whatever home district they are, and that would make it difficult for them to be able to register to vote here. So Elections Canada is going to set up a printing machine that allows, with the university, that allows them to get a letter of registration that shows that they live on campus. And I believe we're in talks to see if that can also be available for students who live off campus but are still registered as Western students. So we'll keep you informed about that for off-campus students. Yeah, so it's really important, and this is a key point we're trying to push, is that it'd be great if you could all share this information with your constituencies. just so they have this information, they can pass it on, share it with your constituency councils as well. And if you have any questions or any concerns and you want to reach out to us, or if you just want to help out more actively and to find out, other ways you can help out, just reach out to any one of us. We have our emails down there. Yeah, so that's about it.
All right, thank you.
If anyone's interested in becoming a poll worker, wants more information about registering to vote, or wants a cool sticker, come see me after or during meeting sometime.
Point of information, do we have that graphic? Can we get that graphic if it's like of relevance?
Yeah, we can send it out after.
Yeah, awesome, thanks.
I have the PDF so that I can send.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Are there any questions?
Can I get a 5-minute extension for question period? Yeah, Councillor Campbell, and a seconder, Councillor Fakarani. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, so seeing no questions, we'll move on. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right, so we'll now move on to the for action section. And first up on our agenda is the USA delegates election. So each delegate will have 1.5 minutes to give a speech, so we'll start with the speeches. All right, Councillor Below, we'll go with you first. 1.5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Kira Ballo, and over the past 3 years, I've developed a passion for both advocacy and student government. I grew from first-year representative to being elected FIMS president, and you may notice that I'm the only FIMS voice on the USC, meaning that I take great responsibility in representing my constituents and making my voice heard. I've been a voting member and am the current chair of the Undergraduate Student Fund Committee for the past 3 years. The USF manages all FIMS student donations, and I'm eager to take what I've learned on a faculty level and expand that on the ancillary fees paper. As a member of the FIMS Undergraduate Affairs Committee for the past 2 years, we were faced with an issue when our alumni event was deemed inaccessible by our guests. This resulted in the committee reprioritizing and making policy based on accessibility within our events moving forward. The committee also brought forth an issue when our first-year international and ESL students were failing first-year courses. I wanted to hold the university accountable for cashing out on international tuition. Now, the FIMS has a peer support network to help international students grasp concept and receive more support. This does not speak to my experience with students with disabilities, rather my willingness to advocate for my constituents, whether the issue specifically affects me and my experiences. As a female on campus who has experienced gender-based violence in London, the paper on gender and sexual diversity is one that I'm very passionate towards. I'm eager to work on this paper and expand my knowledge on the subject while applying what I've learned within my own research and experiences. Finally, I am eager to bring forth my critical thinking skills developed in FIMS and provide these papers with new and unique perspectives. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Perfect. All right, Councillor Carlson. It's alphabetical.
I'm really going to be going later on. All right, hello, members of council and members of the gallery. I, like many others here, are speaking to you as to why you should elect me as one of the USA delegates. This year, the focus at the GA, as I'm sure many of you know, focuses are on gender and sexual diversity with LGBTQ2+ issues and students with disabilities, and an additional focus on ancillary fees. As a King's student, I feel well prepared to assist on policy in all of these areas. King's has one of the largest disability studies programs in the country, and I have extensive professional relationships with some of the leading experts in the field. With King's as a Catholic institution, I understand the reoccurring issues related to gender and sexual diversity that students face on a daily basis. Lastly, because of my experience within the orientation program and on council, I have a background knowledge in ancillary fees and the ramifications that these changes have. Thank you for listening. I hope I've been able to sell myself well to you as an USA delegate.
Thank you. All right. My apologies if I pronounce this wrong, but Pranjan Gandhi.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pranjan Gandhi, and before you ask, no, unfortunately, I'm not related to Mahatma Gandhi, but my one redeeming quality is that we both share the same vision to change the world. So a bit of context about me is whenever I start something, I have to ask myself why. And so why ELSA? Well, on my time on Science Students Council, Western Student Senators, and now the USC, I believe student advocacy through research and a data-driven approach is perfectly positioned to enact long-term change by working with the bureaucracy and red tape rather than against it. And so AUSUC is also perfectly positioned in order to create this change by collecting the data that's necessary and then going from an idea to the final policy paper, which is something that I have experienced in the past with on Science Council, and I've written 3 papers in the past as well. And currently, in my role as University Affairs Associate on the USC, I chair a high-level committee known as the Political Advisory Committee, or PAC. And the goal of PAC is to ensure that the advocacy direction here at Western accounts for all the marginalized communities on campus. So to this end, I have a very good relationship with Pride Western and Accessibilities Western, and I understand the concerns that are being brought up at this level. And so I can take these concerns to the ELSA delegation and really bring knowledgeable and nuanced changes to this policy. So thank you for your time, and it would be an honor and my pleasure to be a Western delegate at the ELSA General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so it's my understanding that Mark Garabedian isn't here to do his speech, but his name will be on the ballot. And with that, we'll move. Oh, sorry.
I just want to speak to them and say that they were unforeseen circumstances. They both kind of like let me know why, and I don't want to share that because those are personal circumstances, but just wanted to share that. They didn't just not show up, just so you know.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so next up is Akash Jain.
Hello, council members. My name is Akash Jain, and I'm a second-year student in PPE, Politics, Philosophy, and Economics. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. What does being an USA delegate mean? To me, it means opportunity. Opportunity to take part in a process that can bring about tangible change in topics that students care about. Grassroots advocacy is more important than ever. It's not just about helping us, but future generations of students to come. The notion of being part of this process by being an USA delegate is exciting. But why me? This past summer, and continuing on during the school year, I worked as the advocacy research intern for the USC, which opened my eyes to the world of student government. Experience in topic 1, ancillary fees. My colleague and I wrote a report detailing 16 recommendations to help incentivize students to opt in to ancillary fees. Experience in topic 2, gender and sexual diversity. I had the privilege to help draft and edit the women's policy paper along with my colleague, just recently passed on council floor. An experience in topic 3, students with disabilities. As Director of Research on Western Student Senators, I chair a working group that is currently writing a policy paper mandating podcasting for disabled students. These experiences give me insight that I can bring to USA's General Assembly. Overall, I want to meet others with the same passions and bring back what I learned to make Western an even better university than it is. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Next up, Vakachen Joe.
How elections usually go, and people don't really pay attention all the time, so I'm going to be walking around so that everyone's still paying attention. Hi, I'm Vac. So I'm currently in second year medical science. Let me tell you a little bit about why I want to be on an USA delegate. So something I really like is advocacy, and I like it a lot, and I really like the idea of giving a voice to people who may not have that voice themselves. Thank you. So it really stemmed from first year when my softs told me to get really involved, and so I took his advice and I joined Science Student Council as a first-year representative, as well as Biochemistry Club as a first-year representative, because I wanted to represent people. That's something I wanted to do. And then I took it even further and I applied to be a science senator, in which I ran for the election and luckily got the position. And now I'm sitting on the Student Review Board Academic as well as the University Discipline Appeal Committee. As Akash had mentioned earlier, Western student senators are working towards podcasting for disabled students so that they don't have to be forced to get out of class at such inclement weather. I'm going to keep going until you cut me off, by the way. Inclement weather so that their education is just as accessible as yours or mine, and that they should be able to learn just as equally as you should. And that's some experience I have with that policy. I love representation. I love it a lot. Over the summer, I worked at a nonprofit downtown Toronto called the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business. And I wrote a research op-ed, which was actually published in the First Nations Drum, which is a very prestigious Indigenous newspaper.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Nicole Kamenetsky.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to challenge you to think about your answer to this following question. What is a home? A home is comfortable. It's easy to look inside yourself and access your true identity. Tune into what that really means for you. For me, a home is a place where I can introduce my girlfriend and be met with an excited embrace. She's here tonight, so yay. It is easy to answer the question of what is a home with it's where your parents are, adult figures who molded you into who you are today. And for a lot of people, they see Western as a second home, a place where they can be seen, supported, heard, laughed alongside, sometimes bumped into, someone else spilled coffee all over, but it's all good because empathy is there on both sides. Western has always felt like a second home to me, but now it's my only one. Why? Because I came out to my parents this summer. I spent the early part of my summer as an intern for a nonprofit organization called CIJA, which is the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. So this nonprofit organization lobbies policy to the provincial and federal government. I advocated for policy issues that affected numerous marginalized groups in Canada, such as LGBTQ2+, Indigenous peoples, veterans, and many more, and is not limited to just the Jewish community. So with this professional experience under my belt, the next step is to spark the conversation about lived experience, the lived experience of students on this campus. Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so next up we have Ellie Kozak. Hi everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Ellie Kozak. I'm a fourth-year student at King's doing a double major in political science and social justice and peace studies. To me, being an USA delegate means having the understanding that you need to listen before you can advocate. So what's my experience with listening? Last year, I had the privilege to sit as the executive assistant to the president on King's Student Council, which meant that I was a resource member to all of the executives as well as all of the representatives at King's, making sure that all of our efforts were in the best interest of students. This gave me the opportunity to talk to all of my constituents. I was able to have conversations with friends and people who I wouldn't necessarily otherwise interact with and understand their opinions before stating my own. And this year, as hopefully most of you know, I'm a King's counselor, which means that I don't only advocate for King's at Western, I advocate for Western at King's. So I have the job of making sure that all constituents are heard on both campuses rather than just one or the other. What's my experience with advocating? As hopefully some of you know, I'm the Advocacy Standing Committee Chair this year, which means that I've had some hands-on experience with what it means to debate and pass policy.
And last year, when the ancillary fee cuts, when the OSAP cuts were announced and the federal government made their changes, I was tasked with organizing the King's Rally for Students' Rights, which gave me the opportunity to talk to all of the students at King's, as well as some professionals, and make some noise so the government could hear us. I also think that my pairing with poli-sci and social justice gives me a unique edge. I understand how policy and government works, but I also understand what it means to be an ally to communities that I may not be a part of. I hope you can say that I'm a good fit, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, and up next is Kristen Lee.
My name is Kristen Lee, and I'm a third-year Media, Information, and Technoculture student. I ran for the Vice President of Finance at the end of first year for the FIM Students Council. I wanted to get to know my home for the next 4 years while doing something I enjoyed, and luckily I was elected. And from that experience, my interest in student governance was sparked as I became aware of the issues facing undergraduate students every day. I was surprised to learn that Sophie Helpart, our last female president, was one of the 7 females to be elected since the USC's establishment in 1956. And this isn't unnoticed. Minorities, women, and marginalized communities, such as those with disabilities and who identify as part of the LGBTQ+ community, can feel alone, too scared to get involved or to share their voice. I use my role to allocate grants towards Western's first queer arts magazine, PRISM, helping non-LGBTQ+ students further understand this community's experiences, as well as the barriers they still face and the inequities that are still embedded into politics on and off campus. However, with the new Student Choice Initiative, this wouldn't have been possible. Many, though, are still unaware of how opting out affects everyone, how without it, we would have a diminished student government, a voice, and this is why I want to represent Western at USA. These associations are integral in order to recognize and address these challenges. We require a diverse set of experiences to accurately represent and respond to these groups of people. After all, how do we expect to create change if we don't have the confidence to share our ideas? Real change isn't made by one. I believe it requires movements by a collective, which I want to initiate through USA.
Okay, thank you so much. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Okay. All right, awesome. Okay, now we'll move on to our next candidate, Teodora Marginian.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Tio. I'm a third-year medical sciences student in the One Health program. Raise your hand if you've never heard of One Health in your life. Okay, no worries. I'm still figuring out myself. So a little bit about me. Last year, I was a USC science counselor, and through my role, I served as recording secretary for the Advocacy Standing Committee and vice chair of the LGBTQ+ Student Issues Subcommittee, and that inspired me to apply to be the Advocacy Commissioner for the Science Students Council this year. So one of my priorities is to make sure that we're not just serving students' academic needs, but also their personal needs through an intersectional lens. I was a digital content creator for PRISM, so Western's first queer arts publication on campus, woo-woo. And this year, I am the Gender Equality Network Coordinator for the USC, which provides educational programming that promotes gender equality and gender diversity on campus. I've also been a SOF for 2 years, so I have been working closely with first-year students with disabilities, and throughout part of my summer internship, I worked on a project serving persons with disabilities with Doctors Without Borders. So I'd like to be a part of the upcoming USA conference because I want to apply my previous policy experience, take the experience from the conference and apply it to my roles this year, and also because I'm just very passionate about the topics that are going to be presented at the conference. So thank you for your time.
Awesome, thank you. All right. Okay, so Kat, correct me if I'm wrong, but our next candidate, Julia Martins, is also absent. Okay, awesome. We'll move on to Alec Mazurek.
Good afternoon. My name is Alec Mazurek, and I'm running to be one of your USA delegates. Now, what it means to be an USA delegate to me is that it's incredibly important to make change through policy enactment. USA to me creates a forum as well as a place where we can essentially coalesce with many different student leaders and governance to discuss issues that fundamentally affect the student body at large and to find solutions that can appease everyone and to ensure that everyone feels safe, respected, and can fulfill their needs at a post-secondary level. Now, given that context and my previous experiences in leadership in the USC, in the orientation program, as well as in my personal life, I believe that I have a well-rounded knowledge of all three policy papers. But in the interest of time, I would like to focus on the gender and diversity policy paper and my experiences with that. In regards to the gender and diversity paper, last year when it was opened up to review as part of the Allyship Network, I was able to put in a few recommendations in what I believe to be right based on consultations with different groups on campus. Next, as this year's Allyship Network coordinator, one of my main focuses has been advocacy and to make sure to take action and to hold many consultations to ensure that the needs of the many are heard and are well represented. So because of all these experiences, I hope you can put faith in me in order to represent the undergraduate body at Western at this USA delegation. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, so up next is Mackenzie Metcalf.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mackenzie Metcalf. I am the current Associate Vice President, Municipal Affairs, and I'm also a former advocacy research intern here at the University Students' Council. Excuse me. I have lots of experience with student-focused advocacy and policy, specifically with these three USA policy papers. This gives me a unique and tangible perspective on the issues that we will be talking about at this conference. My extensive research experience is what I believe sets me apart as a potential USA delegate. This summer, I worked to help inform the current University Student Council's executive through their ancillary-free research in the Age of the Student Choice Initiative. I am also the author of the Women's Policy Paper that was passed at Summer Council and will be voted on later tonight. Additionally, I also have direct experience with USA analyzing their students with disability policy with their current director, Eddie, who was here earlier tonight. I am familiar with Western's policy, the University Students' Council's policies at USA, as well as best practices at other institutions. I will ensure that Western is the best researched and informed delegation at USA, and I can create, inform, and ensure that Western continues on its streak of leadership at the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance on behalf of students at Western. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, so next up is Sarah Lee Smith-Shields.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Shields. I'm a second-year university student here at Western, and I'm in the International Relations program. Why do I want to be an USA delegate? To me, all of the three papers that we will be reviewing in USA represent university access. As someone who is a first-generation Canadian who had to watch her siblings, newly immigrated from Venezuela, struggle to acclimate to the Canadian school system and eventually end up dropping out of university due to a lack of access, it means everything. It's the difference between attending a university and thriving at university. I'm not a member of the LGBTQ community. I am also not handy-capable. However, I am a strong supporter, and this is what drives me to want to make an impactful difference in the access these students have to a university experience, including community and education. In the past, I have volunteered with Reading Buddies with a handicap-capable partner, and I have also been part of the NOW program, which helps newcomers become orientated with the Canadian school system. Because of this, I would like to use my past experiences to help ensure that current university students are able to access all of their university's resources and feel that they are truly a part of the community. I would like to do a lot of groundwork in between now and the conference to be able to find out what people believe is actually working and what they believe needs to be improved and would actually help them in their daily lives.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so next up is Jack Stebbing.
Hi, my name is Jack Stebbing. For those of you who I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting, I'm this year's Associate Governance. I work with Council, the Board, and the Executive to create and oversee policies and governance here. Now, we know that attending university in this day and age is less of an option and more of a necessity for pursuing so many of our personal and professional goals. Recent events have raised barriers to the affordability and the accessibility of our post-secondary institutions, and now more than ever, it is absolutely crucial that we unite in challenging those in power and pursuing and defending our interests as students. My own experience as a counselor last year gave me greater insight into the variety of ancillary fees levied on our student body and the importance in balancing between the benefits provided and the costs incurred on students. But by no means is my interest in student advocacy limited to just that. Now, I stand here in front of you today because I want to advocate for my classmates, and I want to advocate for my friends. And I really hope that you will trust me to advocate on behalf of you. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. All right, next up is Kirsten Williams.
Ani bonjour, Kirsten Williams, Nakaj Kitchigan Zubi, Nodun Jabwa. Good morning, good evening, everyone. My name is Kirsten Williams. I'm a First Nations woman from Garden River First Nation. I'm in my third year here at Western studying political science and women's studies. During my time at university, I've been able to recognize the value and depth in which students' advocacy efforts have positively affected my student experience. I have a passion for leadership, and I believe that students are the largest drivers of change, especially when presented with unique opportunities to address issues and matters that we are so care about, that we care about. I'd like to be an USA delegate because I want all students to have the best experience possible, and I believe that advocacy should be representative of the entire student body. My involvement in our campus programming and councils has incited my concern and desire to be a driver of change. As a member of both the Indigenous and LGBTQ+ community, I believe that I have an in-depth and intersectional understanding of the different experiences of Western students and how we can do our best to ensure their voices are heard. I currently sit as the on the USC's Peer Programs portfolio as the Indigenous Relations Coordinator. This has appointed me the opportunity and platform to represent, advocate for, and support both our Indigenous and non-Indigenous students alike. I currently sit as a member of our Political Advisory Committee, Indigenous Post-Secondary Education Council, and Indigenous Space Advisory Council. This allows me to make policy recommendations based off student experience.
All right, thank you so much. All right, next up is Rachel Wu. Sure.
It's honestly just because I thought it'd be too short for the podium, but it's fine. Okay, so hi, I'm Rachel, and I am your everyday student, an individual that admittedly advocated for things passively, but today I stand here wanting to turn my passion for change into proactive practice. 2016 was the first time I understood the strength of student advocacy. I led a student panel to fight for change in the sexual educational curriculum within my high school, a curriculum that neglected to discuss the LGBTQ+ topics around sexual health and sexuality, primarily because instructors were uncomfortable and uneducated. So we started a conversation. We had reciprocal dialogue. We fought to understand why so many people believed our community was deserving of less, and that's why I'm here today. USA provides a platform for students to challenge the current status quo and expect better. It is an organization that fights to change the inequities that exist on post-secondary campuses. It is an organization that knows that people power without political power will not suffice. And while I recognize that my experience within the USC is minimal in comparison to my peers, I hope you all recognize that I am a student that every single one of you in this room has fought for. I bring the perspective of students on campuses who aren't fully engaged, but are still affected by the decisions that you guys make in this room. And yes, I am going to pull the gay card. And while I don't believe that it's fundamental to be a part of a community to fight for their concerns, I do have the ability to articulate the degree of how these changes have shaped my student experience. How one sentence outside of a campus bathroom stating, "Trust the person using this space," had the ability to make me feel safe and respected, because I want to fight to ensure that all students feel the same, because I am the everyday student. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so next up we have Leo Zhu. Okay, I don't see Leo here, but his name will still be on the ballot. Next up, our last candidate is Christiane Morrison.
Hi everyone, if you don't know me, I'm the Huron president, and I'm here asking you to send me to USA again. So I represented Western at USA this spring, and it was an incredible experience, and I'm very proud of the work that I was able to do there. So I was a rookie, but I was taken, under the wing of the many veterans that we had sent. But now we have quite a few of those veterans have graduated, so now we have to take the people who are familiar with the process and teach the next cohort of USA delegates. USA is also one of the strongest schools, if not the strongest school at USA, so it's really important that we keep the strength going and make sure that everyone is on the same page. So I was excited to get into the nitty-gritty of the student financial aid and the LGBTQ plus advocacy paper, and I was research prepared and ready to go when we started. I'm a dependable team member, and I want to teach these winning strategies to the next cohort. So if you're wondering about my qualifications, I was the Vice President of Student Affairs in my second year, and I have a strong history of student advocacy under my belt for the last 4 or 5 years, depending on who you ask. I've become an expert in student advocacy at Huron. This means changing the entire CAF system, academic advising, lobbying for new building, LGBT initiatives, and directly related to this, I was the Vice President Corporate Relations of Ivy Pride, and through that we actually made a province-wide relationship through all of the undergraduate Pride relationships. So through that we actually built out this process wherein we can be sharing information and processes. So like many of you, it's not only my last year at Western, but it's also my last year on council as well, and because of this, it's important to pass on the knowledge we've been accumulating and pass it on to the next generation of counselors. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll now move on to the voting. So for USA, it is an online ballot. All right, so for the USA voting, counselors, you've been sent a link to your westernusc.ca email addresses. Also, if you are a counselor and you are a candidate, please make sure that you abstain from voting. All right. Okay. Also, yeah, you should be able to. Sorry, we'll get back to you. Yeah, Counselor Hunter. Okay, yeah, if all the candidates running don't mind stepping outside while the voting's taking place, that would be great. Thank you.
Personal privilege, it's supposed to be select up to 7. And it says up to 6 on the ballot.
Okay, okay, if everybody can just, all counselors can hold off submitting their ballots, that would be great. We just have a technical difficulty we have to address. Okay. Just to reiterate, please don't submit your votes for the USA election. Oh, yeah. Actually, we're going to take a 5-minute recess just while we address the technical issues. So don't submit anything, and we're going to recess for 5 minutes. Okay. Also, shouldn't the counselors, okay, I feel like the counselors that are running should also leave. I'm not sure if there's actually like a place for them to abstain. I think they just don't submit it. No, but should they have to abstain? So last year, I think what happened was something last year. Yeah. Somebody brought up that yeah.
You know, I don't know what they have, like, the actual
remember where we landed.
bylaws say.
I'm just not sure that's listed in any policy. They have to abstain.
Okay, I thought it'd just be conflict of interest.
Not necessarily.
I still voted in the skull, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we've talked about this.
They don't necessarily have to be.
We decided last year you can't really. And it was written into a policy.
It is your call, but my advisory opinion would just be I'm not 100% sure that abstention is the right thing for people who are
Okay.
counting.
Yeah, that is a good point.
We cannot fix the ballot on citizen voting, so we're going to do paper ballots, which is going to take us forever. So we won't be able to announce results until
We never announced results the same day. Can we just open voting remotely? Like, can we just send an email? That wouldn't be completely abnormal.
He just said he can't.
Oh my god.
Do you remember what we did last year? Talked about it. I remember we had
Certainly not present for any policy.
I just think that, like, if you're trying to I think another important thing to consider is that if counselors vote, I think a lot of them like feel awkward not voting for themselves, and it puts them at a disadvantage if they don't vote for themselves because the total number of people goes up, but then they're not voting for themselves.
If we say that they can't vote,
Not to vote for themselves, but I think a
Yeah,
lot of
no, I don't think we can ask them not to vote for themselves.
Is there anything wrong with them voting for themselves?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. At the end of the day, their constituents probably would have voted for them. That's a good point.
Yeah, I'm fine with them voting. I just thought it would be conflict of interest.
Last year we were allowed to vote for ourselves.
You weren't allowed. I'm pretty sure you weren't allowed to vote last year.
We were allowed to vote last year.
No.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I understand your concern too, though. I think both make sense.
I mean, I guess it would affect the people. But like, it's unfair to the other candidates that they don't have to say in where they're placed on the ballot, right?
And the problem was that, like, big constituencies, like the debate that we had with big constituencies when you could vote for yourself, like, were always bad.
Yeah.
What's especially difficult is it actually isn't included in any policy, and it absolutely should be, and I'm making a note of that right now because this is an issue. Until then, it's discretion of the speaker and CRO. You've heard us, I think, and whatever decision you guys make is the right thing.
Yeah, because that's the thing here. Because we have Ethan, and he obviously can't access his like So no, because Jeff. First of all, we can't use the online thing because it's supposed to say up to 7, but the online ballot you can only pick up to 6. So we're gonna have to either paper ballot or send it to
Well, you're like, yeah, that's your job.
If we could send it out tomorrow. would it mess up the result? We can't use this anyways. We can't use the online ballot anyways because it's not right. You need to be able to select up to 7. Oh, so the ballot is wrong. Yeah, the ballot's wrong. And you can't change it because it's already been voted. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
There is something about only having one ballot time frame.
Well, maybe we should get Melissa to ask him that, and then we have to do paper anyways. No, but Melissa keeps texting him. So we should get Melissa to ask him. Right. Yeah, so.
I think for the debate is very fair, and also like obviously you put yourself at the top, but it affects what everybody else. Like it affects everyone else who's waiting for the ballot. And it's unfair that some candidates which would affect other people's rankings, like you know what I mean? Like they don't even know, they don't have a say in how they're going to set an election. I know they're competitions, right? But I mean, the ranking of the
All right, if everybody could find their seats, please. Yep, please. Okay. All right, counselors, please find your seats. We want to get started again. All right, everybody find a seat, please, so we can get started. All right. All right, Councillor Kamenetsky, can you please find your seat? And everybody else, can you find your seat? Thank you. All right. Okay. Does anybody know where Councillors Hindi and Al-Shamil are? No? Okay, we can just update them later then. So we did have an issue with the electronic ballot. It was supposed to say up to 7, but it only says up to 6. We also have the issue of whether or not councillors are going to be able to vote if they're running. So we're going to send out a link with an electronic ballot tomorrow. And we're going to send the electronic ballot to those who are able to vote. So once we decide whether or not councillors are going to be able to vote if they're running, they will either get the link or they won't get the link based on that decision. Are there any questions? Yep. Myself and the CRO. Yep, Councillor Kozak. Like, you mean the decision on whether you vote or not, or who the USA delegates are? Nathan? Okay, sorry, 1 sec, Nathan. We're actually just going to get you the mic so that it can be on the recording.
So yeah, it's the same as like the ballot that we use when we do the USC elections in February. So it'll like, as soon as you guys all vote, it'll give us the results like right away. So it should either be like later tomorrow night or Friday morning. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So when you get, so just check your email tomorrow as often as you can, and then it'll speed up the process. All right. Okay, so next we will move on to our next item for action, which is the club's governance committee. Okay, do you want to speak or do you want me to say? Okay, yeah.
Point of order, I think.
Okay.
Shouldn't we vote to ratify whoever is elected right now so that we don't have, because the candidates that are elected have to be ratified by council. So if we vote now to ratify those that are elected in tomorrow's election, that way we don't have to have do this.
We are going to do all of them at the end, like once we've done all the elections.
Perfect.
But yeah, we'll
Nice.
get to that as soon
Okay.
as we're
I
through
apologize.
everything. All right, and Secretary Treasurer Hodgins is going to speak to the Club and Governance Committee.
Thank you. Okay, so Club Governance Committee, it's the committee that is responsible for oversight of the club system because there's way too much stuff in the club system for council to be able to handle it all. So it goes to a committee, the Club Governance Committee. So this was going to be an election. There's 7 seats on the committee. However, we had exactly 7 people respond to the form for nominations, meaning that an election is not necessary. For the record, the individuals who did submit nominations for themselves and therefore recommending for ratification are Kevin Lee, Samantha Cowley, Sheryar Amir, Raf Abakasis, Farhan Khalid, and I believe it's pronounced Xinyu Zhu.
All right, awesome, thank you. And we'll be ratifying them once we've gone through all the elections. All right, so next up on our agenda is the election of the WUSC counselor, and I'll be taking nominations for this position. Yeah, President Barroso.
Victoria Rosa, Science President. Can you explain what WUSC is?
Secretary Treasurer Hodgins, would you like to speak to this?
Okay, so for those of you who recall from summer council, the motion that went through regarding the student refugee program, there's a little bit of confusion as to what exactly this is called, and it's either called WUSC or the student refugee program, and we're, I think, kind of still figuring out which exactly is the correct term to use. But in effect, this is the committee that oversees the student refugee fund. So this right now helps fund the expenses for 4 refugees who currently attend Western. And in effect, it was previously administered directly by the WUSC Club, and now it has been turned over to a USC committee that sitting on the committee, it's chaired by my grants coordinator. Resource is also my associate finance. There are 2 students at large on the committee, 2 representatives from the WUSC Club in a non-voting capacity, and finally 1 counselor who is elected from council to sit on this and bring council's perspective. This committee makes funding decisions regarding the use of the over $20,000 a year allocated to the student refugee program.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so we'll now open the floor up for nominations. Yep, Councillor Adewusi.
Councillor Adewusi, Science Councillor, are we allowed to self-nominate?
Yep. Okay. Sure. If you just want to pass that down, yeah.
So Councillor Reeser, Social Science USC Councillor, I'd like to nominate Councillor Adewusi.
All right. If you want to pass that down. Councillor Adewusi, do you accept this nomination? Okay, he said I do. Okay. Are there any other nominations for this position? All right, Councillor Al-Shamil.
Councillor Al-Shamil, Health Science President, I'd like to nominate Mukhtar Hindi, who is the Health Councillor.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hindi, do you accept the nomination? All right, awesome. Are there any other nominations? All right, so seeing no other nominations, each candidate will have a minute and a half if they'd like to speak. Councillor Adewusi, are you able to start?
Hi everyone, my name is Femi. I am one of the science counselors for this year. And I guess the reason I wanted to be nominated to run for WUSC is as someone who came internationally as a first-generation immigrant, I understand that the adjustment to coming here can be very difficult, even more so for a refugee. They don't have the kind of supports that often come with someone who naturally immigrates here. And it's very difficult to adjust, even financially. I think it's very important that they are supported. I think I'd make a good representative. I sit on a few committees, and I've sat on a few allocation committees in my time on the SSC. So I think, yeah, that's about it.
All right, thank you so much. Councillor Hindi.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm basically nominating myself for representative for WUSC because, I myself come from a foreign background, and I have many members of my family who are refugees. So I saw firsthand the experiences that they had to suffer through, and transitioning into a university kind of environment when you're just entering a country is really, really tough. And I'm really interested in social justice. I'm looking into getting into law, specifically for that kind of thing. So I just feel like I can do a lot to help, and I'd love the chance to be able to make a difference in the local community.
All right, awesome, thank you. All right, sorry. Okay, so we'll save the vote, or actually, yeah, we can do the vote now. Okay, yep, so we'll do the vote now. Councillors Hindi and Adewusi, if you don't mind leaving the room just while people are voting, that would be great.
Something.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, you're just gonna all get paper ballots. Please put both names. You have to rank them first and second. If you don't put both names, the ballot will be spoiled and not counted. I'm also going to request that you put your name on it and the date on it. Thank you. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. You're all going to grab, or you're going to get one now. Any questions about that? Yep. Yeah, first names are fine. Yep. Any other questions about that? Right. Okay.
Can I just raise a point of information just for the ballots?
Yep.
So just out of risk of not spoiling the ballot, where it says position, do you want our name?
Nathan, do you want to answer that? Where it says position, do you want them to put their name? Okay, yeah. Don't put your position, just put your name. Yeah, you can put both. Just make sure your name is on there. Yep, Councillor Atala. Yep. 1 second and we'll get the names up on the board. Okay, can you open up a Word doc? Oh, can you put that back? I'm trying to read that. Thank you. Okay, so the names are here on the slideshow if you need help with spelling.
If you have filled out your ballot, can you just raise your hand and I'll start coming around to collect them? Awesome, thank you.
Declan, where'd Nico go? If you have a different one, it's not Okay, sounds good. No, but did you science council that's going now?
So we both need people
Oh, Navita. Okay. Okay. Okay, are there any other ballots out there? Does anybody have their ballot left? Okay. Okay. Okay, any other ballots out there that haven't been collected yet? Good. All right, awesome. We'll just go get Councillor Adewusi and Councillor Hindi. Thank you. All right. All right, thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going to resume our meeting, so if you don't mind quieting down a little bit, that would be great. Okay, thank you. Next up on our agenda is the Orientation Advisory Committee. Orientation Advisory Board representatives. Cecilia, did you want to speak a little bit about this?
For sure. So the Orientation Advisory Board is the highest governing body of the orientation program. It's co-chaired by myself, my capacity as USC Student Programs Officer, and Jenny Massey, the AVP Student Experience of at Western, who is actually sitting right there. And it sets the strategic direction and priorities for the orientation program. And yeah, as counselor or student at large, you would be able to be a voting member of the board, bring your own motions forward, vote on different motions, and help set the strategic direction of the orientation program. So it's quite an important role. And yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to start with our student at large candidates, and each candidate will have a minute and a half to speak. So we'll start with Xinyu Zhao. Sorry if I butchered that. Okay. I don't see anybody, so we'll move on to Nachuan Pan. Okay. And next up for our student at large candidates is Alan Mariki. Awesome.
Good afternoon, fellow representatives. My name is Alan, and I'm one of the resident softs at Saugeen Maitland Hall. Over the past 2 years at Western, I've had the privilege to go through Western's orientation program, both as a SOF and both as a student leader and a SOF, and as a student participant. As a wide-eyed Canadian student that had spent the past 5 years of my life living in a different continent, the orientation program was a key part in allowing me to readapt to living in Canada. So a bit of context about myself. So I was actually born in Nairobi, Kenya, and when I was 8 months old, I moved over here to Canada. And then when I was 13 years old, my family, I had the privilege to move overseas to Senegal and West Africa. So coming back to Western as a university student was a very interesting experience because whereas I was a Canadian student and in Senegal I identified as a Canadian student, I had a bit of culture shock coming back to Western and readjusting myself to living here. So I think because of my experience and my unique background, I think I have an advantage in helping both the international communities and the ethnic minority communities here at Western. I think having to navigate my life as both a Canadian student and having to experience coming to Canada from a foreign country, I believe that my perspective would be one of extreme benefit for this board, specifically for creating policy that better helps integrate our international students and our students of minority backgrounds. I'll conclude this speech by saying that I personally really, really love Western. I tell all my friends and family that I could not have chosen a better school for myself. So it is because of my passion for this community and for this program that I would be honored to represent the students on the orientation board. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much. All right, So now we'll pass out the ballots for your student-at-large candidates. Alan, if you don't mind leaving the room just while people are voting. Yeah, we will put the names up.
I'll take that.
Okay, thanks. Do I have to exit this to edit it? Okay. Yeah, so, Alan Mariki. Oh, there's a kid. Then there is Xinu Zhao and Nachuan.
I'm just thinking, does it not make more sense to just
I'll double check with Cecilia, but that makes sense to me. Oh, is she fine with that if it's acclaimed?
Yeah, so do you want to just
Yeah.
motion?
Okay, actually, if everybody can just pause on writing on their ballots. Sorry, Councillor Kozak.
I just had a question.
Yeah.
So are we, in the motion, it says that there's two, but is that one from student at large and one from council?
So they're both positions are under the same motion.
Okay, so it can be
Yeah.
one or the other? Or do we have any? Am I confused? I think I am.
Sorry, one sec. Okay, sure. Secretary Treasurer Hodgins is going to answer your question.
Okay, so the way it works is we elect one, we elect the other, then we ratify them both. So we're electing the first,
Yeah.
then we're going to elect the other, and then we'll ratify them both together. So that's the motion you see as the third one of those three.
Yep. Councillor Carlson?
David Carlson, King's Councillor. So just to be clear, we're only so for this ballot, we're writing the name of one student at large.
So,
Or are
okay,
we
sorry
ranking them?
to interrupt, but we're actually, like, since he was the only one that showed up, we're just going to take it as acclaimed, and we're going to go with Alan. So we actually don't need the paper ballots. So, yeah, just hold on to them. We're going to use the paper ballots for the counselor. If you've already written on it, like put Alan's name or anything, then you can put your hand up and get a new ballot for the counselor. So hand up if you already wrote these candidates' names. Yeah, Councillor Al-Shamil? Yeah, we'll go get Alan. Okay. Sorry, actually, are there any objections to Alan being acclaimed? All right, so seeing no objections, then we will take Alan's position as acclaimed. All right, congratulations, Alan. Okay. All right, thank you, everybody. So now we'll move on to the councillor election. So we'll move on to the councillor election for the Orientation Advisory Committee, Orientation Advisory Board representative, sorry. Okay, so now we're going to go on to the councillor portion. So please put forward any nominations for this position. The floor is now open. Yep, Councillor Pahargar. Sorry, that was butchered.
Artigo Pahargar, USC Science Counselor. I would
I
like.
don't think the mic is on. Okay.
I would like to nominate Victoria Barroso.
All right. President Barroso, do you accept the nomination? Okay, just if you could say it into the mic.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other nominations? Yeah, Councillor Adewusi.
Femi Adewusi, Science Counselor. I'd like to nominate Counselor Intizari.
All right. If you want to pass it to the mic, Councillor Intizari, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
All right. Are there any other nominations? Yeah, Councillor Campbell.
Can we just quickly get a re-explanation of what the commitment is?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry. Thank you.
Student Programs Officer Lou?
Time commitment or just general commitment? I can speak to both if you like. In terms of time commitment, it really depends on how involved you want to be with the board. The board only meets 6 times a year, so it's not a large time commitment. However, to be any, I believe, valuable and contributing member to the board, it also involves work outside of the board dependent on how involved you would like to be. General commitment, once again, you'd be a voting member of the board, and you would be able to help set the strategic direction and priorities of the orientation program by passing policies and protocols to do with SOFs, first years, and other valuable stakeholders.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Yep, Councillor Campbell.
I would like to nominate Councillor Reeser.
All right, if you want to pass him the mic. Councillor Reeser, do you accept the nomination?
Yeah, I accept it.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Yep, Councillor Lee. Sorry, do you want to just speak your nomination into the mic?
Councillor Lee, Science Councillor. I would like to nominate Councillor Matthew Yee.
All right. Councillor Yee, do you accept the nomination?
I accept.
All right, thank you. Are there any other nominations? Okay. Seeing no other nominations, the candidates, if you don't mind just stepping outside while we do the ballots and... Oh, right, sorry, they get a speech. All right, my apologies. Okay, President Barroso, do you want to start? And we'll do 1 minute and a half for the speeches, just so you're...
Okay, make sure I can see it. Okay. Throughout my undergrad, I've been able to interact with the orientation program from a variety of different perspectives. Like many of you, I experienced our nationally recognized program as a first-year student. Since then, I've been involved in orientation as a member and president of a faculty council, a member of the university student council, and a residence advisor. I've worked closely with orientation staff, various faculty members, Residence Life, and the USC to organize programming relating to both the academic and personal transition to university life, as well as I've supported both students and SOFs through the ups and downs of their first week at Western. Through these experiences, I have recognized that our orientation program still has a long way to go. Through my experiences as a residence advisor, I can attest to the fact that we do not do enough to support our first-year students in their transition to a new environment with new people. It is through my experience as a faculty president that I can speak to the difficulties and apparent gaps that remain between orientation planning and faculty-based planning. It is through my experiences as an engaged member of the USC and Western community that I can speak to the barriers that first-year students face when looking to make the most of their 4 years here. From relating to students' general mental health to making them feel welcome as their authentic selves on campus, I believe I am the best candidate for this role because I have a good understanding of the orientation program and I am well equipped to advise how we could improve this experience for all the SOFs, student staff, and first years involved. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, Councillor Intezari.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Par. So over the last 3 years, I've had the opportunity and the privilege to participate in the orientation program in my first year as a student, like many of yourselves. Second year as a faculty, third year as a faculty SOF for the Faculty of Science, and in fourth year this past fall as a resident SOF for the off-campus SOF team. So through these over these 3 years, I've seen firsthand the operations that go behind the orientation program and experienced them myself, and have seen the gaps and the ups of the program. So I believe that I would be able to provide insight into the different areas of the orientation program that could be improved, such as mental health education programming, which counselors and students on the student campus have brought up to the USC in the past. Many of you guys can attest to that. So in terms of my experiences that would contribute to my success on this board, I have been involved in the Faculty of Science on the events committee since my first year, starting off as a general member in the events portfolio and moving up to VP events last year. So I'm familiar with the large-scale operations and putting on different programming to make students feel welcomed and comfortable in their environment here at Western. So I believe that my experiences as an orientation leader and as well on the Faculty of Science would contribute to my success in this position. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, Councillor Reeser.
Hello there, everyone. For those who don't know, again, my name is Matthew Reeser, Matt Reeser, and I have had the pleasure to have a fair amount of experience with the orientation program in my time here. Obviously, being a frosh in it starting off, but I've worked my way from being now in my third year with the team, and I've had the absolute pleasure of being the heads off of social science this year. So I do feel like that experience does give me a pretty unique and pretty qualified view in terms of how the orientation program works, where its inadequacies are, where it needs improvement, as well as some of the things that we've done amazing. And I think sometimes we do not often give enough credit to when things are going well. So I do think I've been able to see things that we've really come through on this year. I've had the pleasure to also be on kind of, there's a very unique perspective you gain from actually helping to plan the week. And you learn a lot about kind of the behind the scenes things that you do not see as a SOF or as someone who has not had that pleasure to be in that role. So there's things that anyone who's kind of been in that position has kind of seen that can definitely use work, as well as subject areas that I think still need a lot of focus. There's times when we're placing a lot of focus on things that are quite minuscule in the grand scheme of things in terms of where teams are getting fought on very minute details when there's very macro concepts that still need a lot of work in terms of sexual assault prevention and the training that we're giving our SOFs during End Week during our training sessions, as well as any other kind of, there's many things that we've heard from our team as well as other teams that need improvement. But I do feel like, given my unique perspective and my experience with 3 years on this team, I'll be able to serve you guys very, very well as a representative. So thank you. Please consider me.
All right, thank you. All right, Councillor Yee.
Good evening, everyone. For those who don't know, my name is Matthew Yee. Being in my third year, I've had quite an experience as a SOF in residence in MedSid, as well as this past week as a science faculty SOF. Last year in MedSid, I was VP of communications on the residence council. With that position came a lot of planning, event planning, working with head SOFs, working with orientation policy to put things forward in the best interests of the first year students. I think bring that experience forward, I would be able to build up to the bigger scale of the greater orientation program and not just the residence-based program. With experience as a faculty SOF, I've seen that side of the orientation program and the whole SOFing experience. I unfortunately don't have experience off campus, but having many friends, colleagues, a part of that program, I believe that working with the rest of the board, we can represent them just as well with the experience that I've had as faculty, residents, and on residence council. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so if the candidates don't mind leaving the room, we will use the ballots that you already have. And we'll put the names up here.
So just want to remind you guys, same thing, please include all of the names of all the candidates in your ranked ballot. Also, just because my envelope this time is very small, if you can just, when I come around to collect them, don't fold them because that'll take up more room. So I'm just gonna slide them in flat. Awesome, thanks. And when you've completed it, just put your hand up.
Sorry, whoever sits beside President Barroso, can you just read the spelling to me of her last name, please? Awesome, thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry. And the names are now on the screen if you need those.
So this has two presentations on it. I don't actually know which order you want to recognize us on these, but there's the exec reports and the SCI update that'll be moved to the camera. I have actual figures on the SCI slide, so keep it on like the first slide until it's like the full floating camera.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Kat, do you want to move to go in camera?
Yeah.
When?
Kat or Barbie's gonna move through this.
Okay, awesome. Okay, Declan, you want to start with exec reports?
Yeah, it's. Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is.
Okay. Or do one?
It probably gives you exact reports first.
Okay.
And then we can just do the second one afterwards because it's kind of more subject specific. And yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we'll do all the exec reports, and then once the exec reports are done, we can do the
So just, again, sorry, if you've completed it, just please put your hand up and I'll come around and collect. Awesome. Does anybody else have a ballot that needs to be collected, or have I collected everybody's ballot? Okay.
Clubs and governance to have All right, if everybody can find their seats, we're going to get started. All right, so if everybody wants to grab their seat, we're going to move on to our last item for our last election here. So our next item for action is the LGBTQ2+ committee. So for this one, there is unlimited nominations. So I'll open the floor to nominations. Yep, Councillor Campbell.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Vishal.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Vishal, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Councillor VJ, do you accept the nomination? And just, can you take the mic just so it's on the recording?
I do.
All right, thank you. Are there any other nominations for this? Yeah, Councillor Hunter.
Councillor Hunter, Brescia President. I'd like to nominate Councillor Morrison.
All right, Councillor Morrison, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Hu. Oh, just maybe hold it closer if it's not on.
Okay, sounds good. I'd like to nominate Councillor Julia Campbell.
All right, Councillor Campbell, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
All right. Are there any other? Yep. Councillor Fakarani. Can you pass the mic? Doesn't sound like it.
Okay, Zamir Fakirini, Social Site Counselor.
I don't want to butcher the last name, but so I'm just going to say, can I nominate Councillor Vivian?
All right, Councillor Quang, do you accept the nomination? Yeah. Okay, could you just use the mic? Thank you. Okay, yep, it's on. We got that, yes, thank you. Yep, Councillor Song.
I nominate Social Sci Pres Kamenetsky.
All right, President Kamenetsky, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, and also I just have a point of information question. How is this going to work with like unlimited committee members?
Student Programs Officer Lou, do you want to answer that?
It's more of a working subcommittee than it really is like a decision-making body. So the number of committee members, I guess, will speak to the spread of the workload and then the ideas and initiatives that the committee wishes to pursue.
All right, thank you. Yep, Councillor Morrison.
Christiane Morrison, Huron President. I would like to nominate Councillor Hunter.
All right, Councillor Hunter, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, are there any other nominations? Yep, Councillor, sorry, I can't see. President White? Can somebody pass her the mic? Thank you.
Point of information, do
Yeah.
we have to present to council at all if we want to be part of this committee?
I don't think it's necessary considering there isn't really an election. Well, you're ratified, but yep, Councillor Kozak.
I would like to nominate President White.
All right, thank you. President White, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
All right, awesome. Are there any other nominations for this election? Okay, seeing no other nominations, and since this is our last election, can I get a mover in favor of ratifying? Sorry, can I get the list? Okay. Actually, can we just flip to this motion? We're just gonna start ratifying the elections. Yep, Councilor. Oh, sorry, you're moving. So this one should be. Or actually, okay. Actually, we're gonna start with USA just because it's the first motion, and we'll pull that up here. Yeah, you can just leave it, and then we'll just write it down by hand, just for time's sake. All right. So, can I get a mover for motion 1?
Just a point of information quickly, sorry.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, how is council able to ratify the results of an election without knowing who's won the election?
Vice President Dunn, do you want to answer?
Absolutely. So that is typically council procedure that we would do even if, say, the election took place as normal tonight. We wouldn't announce the results until the end of the meeting when we're ratifying that as long as the democratic channels were accurate and were followed with all of the principles that we are electing those, considering those. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, Councillor Carlson.
So like my only like concern is that when we do it tonight, we can like see that people are like taking that chance to vote. But if we're doing like an email vote, there's like a chance like 4 people could vote. Hopefully that's not the case, but I'm just not sure.
Secretary Treasurer Hodgins.
Yeah. So in effect, what council is doing with this motion is they're effectively commissioning an election and delegating that to the chief returning officer, and using the chief returning officer as an officer of council, and effectively saying, we trust the chief returning officer to properly conduct this election, which is very similar to effectively what we do in the January elections when we elect our president and councilors.
All right, awesome. Okay, so can I get a mover for this motion? All right, Councillor Cronin, and a seconder, Councillor Kozak. Councillor Cronin, do you need to speak to this motion? Okay, Councillor Kozak? Nope. Okay, are there any questions about this motion? Any further questions? All right, are there any objections to this motion? Okay, so seeing no objections, we will take the motion as passed by unanimous consent. All right, and our second motion, yep, President Gelayer.
I'd like to propose an amendment just to add the names of the 7 people that were, I guess, acclaimed to this position.
All right, awesome. We'll do that. Yep, I'll get up the list here. Which person on the list was dropped out? Okay, so everybody except June Park. All right, and can I get a seconder for the amendment to add the names to this motion? All right, Councillor Kozak. Are there any objections to this amendment? Okay, so seeing no objections, we're gonna move on with the motion as amended. All right, so we have our motion up here on the screen. Can I get a mover in favor of this motion? Yep, Councillor Adewusi, and seconder, Councillor Vijay. Councillor Adewusi, do you have anything to say about this motion? Okay. Councillor Vijay. All right, are there any questions about this motion? Okay, seeing no questions, are there any objections to passing this motion? Okay, seeing no motions, we'll take the motion as passed by unanimous consent. All right, and so for the WUSC counselor, since we're still waiting for the results, we're going to hold off on that, and hopefully we can do that tonight. And the same goes for our 4th motion of the orientation advisory representatives. And for the 5th motion, our LGBTQ2+ committee, will ratify them now. All right. Okay, and I am looking for a mover to move an amendment to include the names. Yep, Councillor Fakarani, and can I get a seconder to amend? Yep, Councillor Lee. Okay, so we are going to, are there any objections to amending the motion to include the names of those on the subcommittee? Okay, so seeing no objections, we are going to amend the motion to include the names of those who are now on the LGBTQ2+ subcommittee.
I have another point of information.
Yeah.
Sorry, just
Councillor
another
Carlson.
question.
Yep.
David Carlson, King's Councillor. Why aren't we doing the previous 2 elections right now, since we're still just tasking the CRO with conducting the election, or is it just because we want the names like on the screen?
Yeah, like when we pass the motion, since it's possible to get them tonight, hopefully it's just nicer for everybody here if they know whether they've been elected or not. So we'll just come back to it later in the meeting once the CRO is done counting them. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's only going to be about a half an hour, so then we can just do them then. All right, awesome. Can I? Yeah. I'm not sure it's on.
Patrick.
There you go.
Patrick Morris, Education President. I'm kind of along the same lines. I'm very confused of the process. Would we not then vote to ratify and then have the results announced later? To me, it seems like we're committing 2 different processes in the same process. So I'm just looking for some continuity, because it doesn't seem to me that there is any sort of continuity at all.
So for USA, since we weren't able to do the vote tonight, that's why we're ratifying it ahead of time. But since it's only going to be a half an hour, we may as well just do what we've done for the previous other 2 motions, since we're going to be able to find out in half an hour anyways. So those 4 motions are going to be the same. It'll be continuous, like the process will be the exact same for 4 out of 5 motions.
Then I would raise a point of order. We need to amend the agenda because we're going out of order.
What do you mean we already passed the first one?
No, but we've deferred the electoral process to later on in the meeting, but that hasn't actually been proposed on the floor. So we've actually skipped agenda items.
Okay, sure. If you'd like to put forth that amendment, you can.
Sure, I will put forward the amendment of election results for, I think it's motion 3
Yeah,
and
you
4.
motion to amend.
For later on. I don't know, we'll put a 45-minute
Okay.
time on it.
Can I get a seconder on the motion to come back to motions 2 and 3 later on in the meeting? Yeah, President White. Okay, are there any objections to returning to motions 2 and 3 later on in the meeting? Okay, so seeing no objections, we will continue with the agenda as amended, and we'll return to those once we get the results from the CRO. All right. Did we pass motion 5? Yeah, we did, right? Okay, so now that we have the names up here, can I get a mover in favor of passing motion 5? Yep, Councillor Antazari. And a seconder, Councillor Campbell. All right. Councillor Antazari, do you need to speak to this? Councillor Campbell? Nope. Okay, are there any questions about this motion? Seeing no questions, are there any objections to passing motion 5? Okay, so seeing no objections, we will take the motion as passed by unanimous consent. All right, awesome. Okay, so next up is our Advocacy Standing Committee motions, and the first one up is to review the women's policy paper. Can I get a mover in favor of this motion? Yep, Councillor Kozak, and a seconder, Vice President Dunn. Councillor Kozak, would you like to speak to this motion?
Sure. Just quickly, we passed the interim one previously. Kat came back to the committee and showed us the completed work. The committee had no concerns, and we passed it unanimously quite quickly. So there is no concerns from the Advocacy Standing Committee.
All right, thank you. And Vice President Dunn, would you like to speak to the motion? Okay.
Everyone, Vice President Dunn. So when we passed the interim policy paper at Summer Council, it was with the understanding that we were focusing on gender-based violence, my goodness, my voice is going, principles, concerns, and recommendations in order to allow us to engage thoughtfully and meaningfully and with the endorsement of Council in conversations throughout the summer, specifically related to the sexual violence policy review, as those conversations have already began with the university. So now we are adding a 5th section, which talks about kind of other aspects of women's safety to fully encompass what was the spirit of Councillor Campbell's motion in the spring, to look at different ways. So some of the recommendations consider things like lighting. They consider how trans women may be impacted on university campus, how we can do different campaigns in order to ensure that women feel safe when they are accessing transit, things like that. It's all included in the policy paper. I also just want to add, since this is our first policy paper that we are fully endorsing, that our policy papers are the standing policy of Council, and they usually stay on rotation for about 4 years, as what the USC officially believes is our policy stance, which is why at times you may see things in our policy papers that may already be happening at the university or otherwise if they're externally facing recommendations, and that is to ensure if there is a change within, say, 2 years within the university or in other levels of government, we still have the policy that Council believes is in the best interest of students. So I just wanted to clarify that in case anybody was confused. Thanks.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Are there any questions about this motion? Yep, Councillor Hunter.
Councillor Hunter, Brescia President. I had asked this in the summer meeting, and I just wanted to follow up now. I had said there was no affiliate kind of representation within this paper. I was wondering if there was any consultation. I don't see any changes in it, so that's what I was wondering, just knowing that affiliate students don't have the services and that USC is providing on their own home campuses, and they are kind of a group that might have difficulty accessing this and have those, so I just wanted to ask that follow-up.
All right, Vice President Dunn, do you want to address the question?
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe check if it's on.
Thank you for the question, President Hunter. Absolutely, I think that can totally understand your concern. When you read it, it's not necessarily specifically affiliate this, affiliate that when you read through the paper. What I will say is that resources that are available for gender-based violence on May campus are available to the affiliates as well. My understanding is
not as robust as what those resources look like, but my understanding is that there are specific resources that do exist on affiliates. What I will say that I think is added that kind of encompasses more of the affiliate perspective is in considerations of the Safe Cities data, which kind of marks places that students feel unsafe. Some of those might be places passing at night where it can be dark in between the affiliates and main campus, and I think that is encompassed from the recommendations specifically relating to lighting, as well as I think really where we're going to see an affiliate focus is within the implementation of this paper by looking at all gender washrooms. What can we be doing together with the affiliates? How can we be creating safe spaces there and working to implement the recommendations that we think are robust for women across this campus to the specific focus at the affiliates.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Hunter?
Thank you, Councillor Hunter, Brescia President. Just to follow up to that too, my only concern is that if it's not said, you're saying that the work will be done, and I do trust that, but I also think for future years, it should maybe be written that we're going to do consultation with affiliates for these specific issues just to make sure it does get done. That being said, could that be a possible change that is made where it's just not mentioned? I don't want affiliates mentioned all through, but I want it to be mentioned that we are going to be working with affiliates and working with administration at affiliate campuses to make sure that work does get done in the future.
All right. Vice President Dunn, do you want to address the question?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I can say is when we kind of pass a final version of a policy paper, it's kind of endorsing the principles, concerns, and recommendations for the next 4 years typically until it's renewed. The body text is always amenable. So throughout that time, if we find more robust data that kind of supports that, that is not necessarily what is being actually endorsed by councilors. It's the principles, concerns, and recommendations. So we can definitely include something as per the affiliates in that. I also don't know if this is it's not necessarily specifically relevant to the women's safety policy paper, but I do know that last year USC Council passed a consultation policy paper that looked specifically at how are we going to be consulting with different marginalized groups and specific groups surrounding campus when we're writing policy or doing other types of advocacy initiatives. And I actually think that that may be a gap in that consultation policy is that it does not specifically mention the affiliates, and maybe we can look at making an amendment to that potentially.
All right. Are there any other questions about this motion? Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move to debate. Are there any other points for debate? Yep. Councillor Campbell?
Hello. Councillor Campbell speaking in favor of this motion. So I just want to make a quick point. Lately, I've been having a lot of individuals who identify as men ask me whether or not women actually face barriers on campus. And, you know, I really appreciate getting those questions because I can help better educate people and we can work together to learn more. And right now, if you are getting those questions, I would really encourage you to direct those individuals to policy papers like this. Because, for example, when we're talking about like female engagement with political leadership and things like that, it's not just about, you know, putting your name forward to vote. It starts with feeling safe on campus, and so we should feel really proud as USC counselors that the USC is taking a strong stance on this because everything is really interconnected. So when you are going to either vote for this or speaking with your constituency, make sure that they understand that it's not just a single issue, but it's very complex, and women's safety on campus is a fundamental issue that we have to address.
Thank you. Are there any other points for debate? Okay, so seeing no other points for debate, we will call to question. Those in favor of passing this motion, please raise your placards. Or actually, we're going to do clickers. Sorry. Okay, the polls are now open, so you can vote via clicker. So 34. Okay, awesome. The polls are now closed. All right, and the motion passes. Oh, but not unanimously, sorry. All right, awesome. We'll move on to our next motion. So this motion is from the Governance and Finance Committee. And can we just get that one up? Okay, awesome. So we have our motion here up on the screen. Can I get a mover in favor of this motion? Yep. Counselor Morris, and a seconder, Counselor Chasmer. Counselor Morris, do you want to speak to this motion? Yep. Secretary Treasurer Hodgins.
All right. So in effect, this motion isn't super interesting, but it basically is a change to the terms of reference of the Grants Committee. For those that don't know, the Grants Committee is the committee that oversees the USC grant system, which is a part of my portfolio. The Grants Committee is responsible for allocating, for example, last year it allocated about $100,000 towards student initiatives. And it's a key source of funding for a lot of really cool things that happen on campus. My grants coordinator has been on grants committee for 2 years, and he has a lot of strategic changes he wants to make to it. And part of that is revamping the terms of reference of the committee that's going to be the guiding force in all those changes. So a lot of these are like, for example, it changes the number of members on the grants committee from 6 to 8. It's just stuff like that. Doesn't really have a huge impact outside the walls of the committee room, but my grants coordinator thinks this will make the committee function more effectively.
All right, thank you. Counselor Chasmer, do you want to speak to the motion? Okay. Are there any questions on this motion? All right, so seeing no questions, we'll move on to debate. Are there any points for debate? Okay, so seeing no points of debate, we'll call the question. And the polls are now open, so please vote using your clickers. All right, it looks like we're looking for one more vote. Perfect. Oh. Okay. All right, so the polls are closed and the motion passes. All right. Oh, it wasn't unanimous, sorry. Okay, moving on. Okay, so the next motion is to update to council resource members. The motion is up on the screen if you want to take a moment to read it. All right, so you can just raise your placard if I'm going too fast, but can I get a mover in favor of this motion? Yep, Vice President Dunn, and a seconder, President Gelayer. Okay, Vice President Dunn, do you want to speak to this motion?
Amazing. So I think this motion really fills a gap. I was going to say debate, gap in debate that can happen on council floor, as our resource members often have a lot to add. Speaking specifically about the executive in this context, so our communications officer, secretary, treasurer, and student programs officer, and starting next year, the vice president as well, will be able to speak when it is in for information or for discussion sections. But once we enter for debate, an elected member of council, including the president, would have to yield their speaking time, which means that effectively, if the president has to yield their speaking time more than twice, they will not be able to enter that debate on that certain item. So it's really important that executive officers are able to speak in debate, especially when a lot of the matters directly impact their portfolio and may have a lot of context to add in order to kind of make debate richer. And I think I'm of the belief that 2 times just quite frankly isn't enough for those resource members. And this also fills gaps that are broader than that, but I think that's really one of the major concerns this motion addresses.
All right, thank you. And President Gelayer, do you want to speak on this motion?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Vice President Dunn said, and also the second part of that motion to add the Mustangs Athletic Students Council, Mustangs Care, comes from direct consultation that we have done with, that we've had with the a lot of the varsity athletes and a lot of the captains council from those. So it's just been a direct ask, and I don't see any issue because while we do have some say, they are students, they deserve representation. And if I have any time left, I'd like to yield to the Secretary Treasurer.
Yeah, the Vice President and President have both said a lot about this. I just wanted to give a bit of framing beyond the general context behind this, because really what there are, and this is what I said to at Governance and Finance, is there are two big parts of this motion, and it came as part of our analysis of the resource members of council. For those that don't know, there's two classes of members on council. First is ordinary members, which is all of you. It's your job to make decisions and to tell kind of the executive branch what to do on a strategic basis. But there's also resource members, and those are everything from the executives without a vote to our associates and coordinators to the presence of residence councils. There's representatives from the Greek community that are resource members of council. And what we really came down to is that these voices can often be very, very important around the table. And even if they aren't decision makers, making sure they can get those voices to the decision makers is extremely important. So for context, as of right now, while resource members are members of council, we don't actually have speaking rights in debate. So I can't just jump in on a debate. I actually have to have someone yield to me if I want to talk in debate. And if there's a debate going on, for instance, about, like, you know, in my case, for instance, the financial performance of the USC, that can actually be a major procedural impediment. Or it could be anything from, if we're having a debate about LGBTQ issues, we might want the Pride coordinator to be able to give their voice in debate. And yielding can often be very cumbersome. And the second part, yeah, it's just adding another resource member. It's just another major group on council, on campus, that it is important that we add the representation to it. And I think this will really help make the discourse at council be a lot better informed by bringing these voices forward.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Are there any questions about this motion? Yep, Councillor Cronin. Yeah, can you give him the mic? Thank you.
Councillor Cronin, Social Science. I just wanted to know, do you know approximately how many resource members are existing or would be given speaking rights?
President Gillier, do you want to answer the question?
I'd like to yield to our Associate Governance, Jack Staving.
All right.
Is this on? Per the council composition procedure, which is updated as of the March AGM of this year, non-resource voting members are the SPO, Communications Officer, Sec-Trej, the Deputy Speaker of Council, all coordinators and associates, any students at large appointed by the corporation, the President of the Interfraternity Council and the President of the Pan-Hellenic Council, Presidents of the Residence Councils, all Senators and members of the Board of Governors, all 8 directors from the USC Board of Directors, and constituent council presidents who have declined their voting seat on council.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? Yep, Councillor Adewusi.
Femi Adewusi, Science Counselor. I'm just wondering why the second part about Mustang Athletic Student Council was kind of included as part of this motion instead of like its own motion.
Okay, President Gillier, do you want to answer the question?
They're both changes towards our what's the non-voting resource members. So it just changes to the same part of our procedures. So which is why they were included in their same motion. If it would make people more comfortable, we can make it under 2 motions. No.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, so seeing no other questions, we'll move to debate. Are there any other points of debate? All right. So seeing no points of debate, we will now call the question. All right, and the polls are open. All right, and the polls are closed, and the motion passes unanimously. All right, moving on. Okay, our next motion is on the hiring committee update, and the motion's on the screen if you want to check it out. All right. Can I get a mover in favor of this motion? Councillor Cronin, and a seconder, Councillor Al-Shamil. Councillor Cronin, do you want to speak to this motion? All right. Secretary Treasurer Hodgins?
Could I actually request that it be yielded to Associate Stebbing? He actually did the majority of the work on this, so I think he's
Councillor
better to speak
Cronin,
to
if
it.
that's fine with you. Okay.
So the two policies being put forward for amendment, the first is the councillor terms of reference. The amendment would change it to reflect the reality of the executive restructuring passed at the March AGM. Councillors will no longer elect the vice president they will no longer elect the SPO going forward. They will now elect the vice president. This change reflects that. And for the nominating committee terms of reference, this change is just a minor one to standardize across all hiring committees for executives that the councillors sitting on them are outgoing, non-returning, as well as ensuring that, in addition to barring USC associates and coordinators from sitting on hiring committees as student at larges, it would also bar USC interns for the same reason of being employed by the organization.
All right, thank you. Are there any other points of debate? Okay. Okay, right, sorry. Getting mixed up there. Are there any other questions? Okay, so, yep, Councillor Chasmer?
Sorry, I'm curious, how has the
Sorry,
election...
can you just say your name and position
okay.
before?
Matthew Chasmar, Huron Councillor. I'm curious, how did the procedure for electing the SPO change? Will the SPO still be elected by councillor by a committee of council?
Councillor Cronin, do you want to? Just into the mic, please. Thanks.
Our first meeting that the SPO would be appointed internally by USC, and VP would be elected instead. So, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? Sorry, yep, Vice President Dunn.
We should clarify a little bit about this, how the SPO will now be selected. It will be selected by a hiring panel of different community groups, so coordinators and associates, counselors, as well as the traditionally hiring panel. I'm sure Cecilia or Jack could speak better to this, though. Jack, do you want to speak to it at all? You're good? Yeah.
Make sure everything's following the rules and procedure. So, yeah, with executive restructuring, the change that was made is that whereas the Secretary, Treasurer, and the Comms Officer are hired by a hiring panel consisting of the incoming President, a member of the Board of Directors, and one outgoing non-returning counselor, the Student Programs Officer would be hired under a community hiring process that involved a series of town halls to ensure public accountability, and then finally a hiring committee which consists of, I believe, 2 outgoing non-returning counselors and 1 student at large, in addition to the incoming president.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions?
I don't know. Point of information.
Yep.
Given the previously passed amendment, can resource members not just speak now?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, thank you. All right. Are there any other questions pertaining to the motion? Okay. Seeing no other questions, we'll move into debate about this motion. Are there any points of debate? Okay. Seeing no points of debate, we'll call the question. And the polls are open, so please vote with your clickers. All right. And the motion passes. Okay. Next up, we will have our CRO Nathan, who is going to announce the results of the 2 elections that we deferred. So Clubs and Governance Committee, or no, sorry, WUSC Counselor and the Advisory Committee, Orientation Advisory Representatives.
Okay, so for WUSC, the person who won that election was Demi. Congratulations. And for the Advisory Council, the person who won that election was Matt Reeser.
All right, congratulations. So we'll now ratify them. So we are going to return to our third motion. All right. Okay, and can I get a mover to propose an amendment just to add their names in, to add Councillor Adewusi's name into the motion? Yeah, Councillor Yee, and a seconder, Councillor Lee. And are there any objections to amending the motion to add his name in? Okay, so seeing no objections, we will continue with motion 3 as amended. All right, so can I get a mover in favor of motion 3? Councillor Kozak, and seconder, Councillor Carlson. Councillor Kozak, do you want to speak? Okay, Councillor Carlson, anything? Nope. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, didn't think so. Okay, are there any objections to passing motion 3? Okay, so seeing no objections, we will have Councillor Adewusi as our WUSC councillor. So the student was Alan. Oh, it's okay. I have it here in the email. Sorry, one sec. Could I get a motion to amend this motion to also include the names of the student at large? Yeah, Councillor Chasmer and Councillor Willadahl. Okay, thank you. All right, and are there any objections to this amendment? Okay, so seeing no objections, we will continue with the motion as amended. Okay, so it's M-U-R-I-K-I. Yeah. And Councillor Reeser. Okay, awesome. So we will continue with motion 4 as amended. Can I get a mover in favor of motion 4? Yep, Councillor Kozak and Councillor Carlson. Okay, Councillor Kozak, would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Carlson? Okay. Are there any questions? Okay, so seeing no questions, are there any objections to passing motion 4? Okay, so seeing no objections, we will unanimously consent to motion 4. So congratulations. All right, so now that we have completed our 4 action section, we'll move on to our 4 information section, starting with the executive reports. Thanks. Oh. Nice. Cool. Oh, okay. It's like, it's attached to this one or just on the, okay. Okay. Okay.
It's the most riveting time of council.
Okay. All right.
I need the mic.
Okay.
Yeah, so my portfolio. All right, so Since the last time we all got together, it's been a lot going on. A lot of it, obviously, has been around Purple Fest. As you guys probably know, it's taken up way too much of my time. I'm really tired. But we have sold out, which is a huge victory. We have sold, yeah, thank you. We have sold out quite a few thousand more than we did last year. So we're really, really excited. This has been a ton of work. There's so many people to thank. So for all of you guys that have helped promote it, for all of you guys that have helped put this on, thank you guys so much. Thank you to my team that have been so supportive on this, and especially Nico, who's been at almost every meeting with me and who's gone to meetings without me, and it's been incredible. I'm just so excited for Saturday for this to be over. But yeah, we're really appreciative of all the support, and hopefully everything goes well on Saturday, and hopefully you guys are all there. So that's one big update. Another one, President's Roundtable. So as I mentioned in Summer Council, we're hoping to sort of revitalize that and get that going. We had our first meeting on September 11th. I personally really enjoyed it. It was really good to see everyone in a less formal setting and have some of those good conversations and answer some questions and just be pretty candid with each other. We have our next one scheduled for October 9th, and I think this is going to be a good way of just getting like pretty informal feedback and just seeing where everyone's at and not having to wait a month between council meetings before connecting with all the affiliate and faculty councils again. So it's really great. We're really excited. And I'm really looking forward. We have a great group of presidents this year, excluding the one guy who's talking right now. But it's going to be great having you guys all on board, so we're really happy. Executive Shadowing Program. So we opened the program to all of you guys. Hopefully you guys all knew about it because it was in the group like 3 times. We have our first batch that are going to be going out, that first group that have registered that we're going to be doing some of these roles with. I think each executive has at least one, which is going to be really great. And then we're going to be opening it up to a larger group of students hopefully soon. Obviously it'll be dependent on how much time each executive has, what capacity they have to take on more people, but hopefully we get some good intake to gauge the level of interest that we have and see if it's a program worth continuing. Alumni. So if some of you might have seen, we had Michael Rubinoff, who is a former USC counselor, president of the Legal Society, and also the creator of Come From Away, the play. He joined us at our USC summer training for our coordinators, interns, and associates, which was really great. He gave a keynote. We have also been asked now, so this is sorry about the alumni, we're just expanding our alumni network. So the USC is working to really expand our alumni network and get in touch with some of our alumni and also just see what we can do in terms of networking events, mentorship events, and also work with the USC Foundation. So that's another great step. We've had a couple meetings recently. Kat and I met with Patrick Searle, who's the head of the USC alumni chapter of Western Alumni, which was a great conversation, and we're working on just connecting with more alumni as we go. We've also been asked by Western alumni to assist with Western's official homecoming on the 19th of October, which we're going to look at if we have the time and if we can do that, and if you guys have any ideas of how we could help with that to get more students involved, because feedback we've gotten from alumni is they want more students involved, connected with just the homecoming, the actual homecoming, not the other date. So on to the next point, USC outreach. So it's been a really successful start to the year with just the USC getting out there, and thanks to all of you guys who have been great ambassadors on the ground for us. We've had a lot of great events that we've either programmed ourselves or been partners on programming, such as O Week, USC Day, Clubs Week, Beer Fest, Bachelor in Paradise, and obviously Purple Fest, which is coming up. We're also working on just trying to get out on the boots on the ground as often as possible. So I've been working to attend as many faculty, affiliate, association, and residence councils as possible. So some of you may have seen me in your councils. Some of you will hopefully see me in your councils. So hoping to be there as many as I can. And I'm not really doing any presentations there. I'm mostly just going, saying hello, introducing myself, and then opening the floor to questions and suggestions. So when I do come to your councils, please have questions, because I've had a couple where no one asked a question. It's kind of sad. Obviously a big outreach thing that we've done is Orientation Week, and I just want to give a huge shout out to our own very own SPO, Cecilia, who did an incredible job with that. I want to also thank O-Staff, all the sauce that we had, and all the USC staff, and all of you guys who helped make it possible. It was a great week, as we always do, and it was really successful. We received a lot of positive feedback from the city, from administration, and most importantly from our students, so we're really happy about that. We will be doing, obviously, a review of lessons learned from this O Week and seeing what we can do in the future. And lastly, our favorite street, Brofdale. So the USC's been a partner on the task force, Brofdale task force that was set up by Mayor Ed Holder to get sort of feedback from all the emergency services and all the partners around the table on what to do to ensure the safety of the community members and our students on Brofdale on the 28th. The USC's primary contribution is Purple Fest, which we hope will be a great success on Saturday. As I just mentioned, we sold out, so we did make a pretty good impact. We're encouraged that the task force is really speaking about prioritizing student safety and community safety, and they're not having been communicating to us a very punitive measure. Obviously, we're aware of some of the things that have been going on right now, and we're working with to make student concern make sure that everyone around the table is aware of the student concerns with some of the recent events. But again, just speaking personally, I trust everyone around that table that they are doing everything for safety precaution. So, but we're just making sure that we understand what the purpose is of every strategy and how it's going to be executed. So we're still working on that, obviously. Could be pretty down to the wire, but we're doing our best out here. So let us know if you have any feedback or anything you guys would like us to bring forward, especially on that file. We don't have much time, so please do that like tonight. But thank you guys. That's it for me. And next, I think I'll pass it on to our Vice President. Do you want this up? You want your left up?
Hello, friends. Bear with me. We're near the end of the meeting. My laptop might die. That's all right, though. Alrighty, so first thing, so University Affairs. One of the things I've been working with student experience is on the Muslim Students Association Roundtable. I learned a couple hours before this meeting, the date is actually changing. It was supposed to be Monday, which is why it was relevant to this presentation. But still important for you to know that we're working with the Muslim Students Association to understand more of their concerns on campus that they've talked about with me. And we're doing that by having a roundtable with the partners over at Student Experience to help accommodate some of those concerns. And the new manager of wellness and well-being, not 100% sure of her title, it's a super new position, it's not even on the website yet, is also going to be proactively reaching out to different groups on campus in order to ensure that all of our religious faiths are kind of being accommodated, which is exciting. Sexual violence policy review has been taking up a lot of my time throughout the summer. We're really happy that the university is listening and is incorporating survivor-centric policies within the new policy, so that's a really, really good stepping stone, and we continue to push them in the right direction. And we are also working on having a specific section for procedures related to student leaders, so looking at what does disclosure training look like for students who hold positions of authority on campus, which we're really excited about. The gender-based violence framework, we had our final meeting of the framework, which is kind of a working group across the university earlier this week, and we have the finalized draft version of the framework, which really looks at all of the ways that the university can be proactive and reactive in order to end gender-based violence on this campus. It is a really, really great document. Kudos to Student Experience and all of the collaborators for that report, and really uses a really interesting upstream approach, which I would love to talk more about, but I know I only have 5 minutes. Next up is our advocacy branding strategy that I'm working on. So we know that a lot of the advocacy strategies that we talk about are long-term, and we don't often kind of communicate to students effectively about what we're doing and what progress we're doing. So I have my team working on updating our priorities so that students know what we're working on, and also where we are on the progress of certain initiatives so that students know what's going on in the advocacy domain. Municipally. So our municipal budget submission is finalized. Our 3 asks include the City of London to incorporate gender-based analysis into their budget cycle. So that could be really helpful with things like lighting and other proactive initiatives in order to end gender-based violence. The other thing is to invest in electric buses. We know that sustainability is a really important issue for students, and as they buy more buses, as they update their transit system in London, we're hopeful that they will be buses in order to reflect that. They're also cheaper than the other buses in the long term, so big win for both sides. And finally, to increase funding for snow plowing, because we know sometimes it can be really hard to get to campus in the winter, especially concentrated in student-centric areas. And I have meetings set up with all city councilors in the next 2 weeks to discuss these very important priorities. Next up is a tactical transit strategy. So we know that the council has long been advocating on transit, and we often are repeating the wheel from year to year. It's been over a decade the USC has been working on transit. So we are going to be having a step-by-step plan for hopefully future vice presidents to follow. And then a gender-based violence bar strategy. So this has been also a big initiative working with CAMH and now Student Experience to engage bars, police, and ANOVA. We're going to be working on those steps. Right now we're only talking with CAMH and Student Experience to clarify on how we can have a prevention strategy integrated in bars. And I'd love to talk more about that too. I'm not going to go into that. Provincially, government relations. So some of the people that we have met with, okay, good, it's in order, is parliamentary assistant to training colleges and universities, Pacini. I've had 2 meetings with him since the last time we met, and he's had some big, some uptake in some of our recommendations, or he's very interested in one of our recommendations that talks about the terms of reference to the Women's Safety Grant funding, which is essentially an envelope of funding that goes towards interventions for women's safety on campus, and refining those terms of reference to include more things that are actually evidence-informed, as well as talking about work-integrated learning. Stakeholder partnerships, so I'll just name off some of them. One of the big things I'm doing with USA is I'm working with a couple key partners to create a work-integrated learning provincial forum so that we can align advocacy strategies. OSAP campaign, so I talked about this earlier in my USA presentation, but we did launch an OSAP campaign, and we've got a really good response. Hopefully by now you all signed our letter, and we're over 700 letters, and we're really excited to send those off to the ministry and have really important conversations over the coming months. Campus visits. So the past week, I literally got back on campus today. I drove from Guelph this morning. The past week, I did 4 campus visits, and I will be doing 4 more as part of my role as USA president in order to engage students from across the province in USA's advocacy. So if you haven't seen me around, that's why, and I'm sorry, and I'm really, really glad to be back. And lastly, as USA General Assembly is coming up, my team is working on doing consultations with Accessibility and Pride Western on the USA policy papers as they relate to their constituents. Federally, Get Out the Vote's been taking up a lot of my time. So national letter, this is something that I coordinated and led with one of my counterparts over at UBC, where we wrote a letter talking about 3 student priorities related to affordability, supporting Indigenous students, and work-integrated learning and high-quality jobs. We had 46 student associations sign on, representing over 900,000 students, and had some good media coverage, including the Globe and Mail. And we have been talking with candidates across Canada about how they can prioritize these 3 student concerns if elected, and to keep them in mind when talking to their constituents, as these are things that some students will be paying attention to. Get Out the Vote efforts have also been occupying a significant amount of my time. So the Femi, Clark, and Michaela and I are meeting, I think later this week, either later this week or next week, to talk about how we can collaborate. But a lot of the efforts that you saw earlier in their presentation, we are also working on. We're going to be doing some door knocking, some residences, some boothing, and Kings has been a really, really great collaborator as well on doing a debate on October 8th on campus, and we're also going to be doing a kind of like live watch party in the Wave on October 7th for the federal leaders debate, and there's going to be some free drinks, some free food, so come on out and engage your Politico friends. Lastly, on the federal side, there were some really, really exciting announcements that came from years of advocacy. I cannot take credit. These are things that we do year after year, and it's really the kind of like long-term nature of the portfolio. So Minister Monsef, who's the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and the Minister of International Development, announced $1.5 million dedicated specifically to gender-based violence on post-secondary education campuses, as well as the release of the Courage to Act report, which is essentially a framework for post-secondary institutions. And USA actually has a seat on that framework and in the development of that, so we've been a really key student voice in the development of that framework, and also Western's framework reflects a lot of it, so super cool. We're all doing great things. And the last one is that Minister Navdeep Bains, who's the Minister of Science, Innovation and Economic Development, dedicated, I think it's, okay, I said 17 million in my report, I need to double check that number, to develop 84,000 new work-integrated learning opportunities by 2023. So essentially, people are listening, hashtag advocacy works, thanks for listening.
Hi everyone. I hope you're all doing very wonderfully. If you prefer to have a visual in front of you, all of our reports were emailed to you, so if it helped you more to pull that up and to follow along that way, rather than to listen verbally, please feel free to do so. Yes.
It's Cecilia's birthday today.
Happy birthday
was so beautiful. I'm gonna cry. Oh, thank you guys so much. Wow. Yeah. I'm a little bit thrown off now. Thank you, Anne. And everybody else. Okay. Okay. Hello. So please feel free to bring up our executive reports and follow along that way, and read through it and feel free to ask us questions if there's anything that you don't understand as well. So in terms of a general overview, as of this coming Monday, I will have officially hired my entire portfolio, finally. So I should be finished hiring the International Students Coordinator by Monday, but we are also getting into OSTAF hiring very soon as well. So for me, it's just a lot of hiring all around the school year. Something that I would like to highlight that I did forget to mention in my executive report is that prior to the next council meeting, I will be holding a SPO portfolio coordinator and counselor mixer in the WAVE. More details to come, and it will be at 5:30 p.m. in the WAVE right before the next council meeting. And I think it's really important that you all attend because for my role being elected internally, although it's the last year that this will happen, you all hold me directly accountable, so I think it's important that you're talking to my coordinators who work with me on the daily. Orientation week happened, and it was a success. The week went quite smoothly, and I really do have to thank the different stakeholders around campus, and also, of course, orientation staff in leading the week. We were able to meet the advisory board priorities that were set a few months ago, and all the priorities are written down in my executive report. Sorry, let me flip the page. Another really notable accomplishment is that my Pride Western coordinator led an official LGBTQ2+ event during orientation week, which is the first one, at least to my knowledge, in the past 5 years, and it was really well attended with, I think, around 60 to 70 students going to a board games night, which I think is absolutely phenomenal. We also successfully ran the USC soft subsidy program, and we were able to provide all FOCA softs who had requested the soft subsidy with the funds that they needed, and we also got some good press attention on that as well from the London Free Press. CMHA provided crisis counseling during orientation week, and they did not miss any students, which is always really good to hear. And from the direction of last year's council and last year's Student Experience Standing Committee, we filmed a video in collaboration with Active Minds Western addressing mental health, orientation week, and some of the struggles that first-year students might face during orientation week. Next up is programming. So this past week was quite busy. We held the Bachelor in Paradise event at the WAVE along with Beer Fest. Those both went quite successfully. Coming up, we're doing Nuit Violette, and then also a Bryce Vine concert, as well as a faculty-wide concert, hopefully in January. So more details to come. Just want to put those on your radar. Other than that, I have some other details in terms of events that my coordinators and associates are running, more detailed in my report. Peer support training was the last week of August, which is also the same week as N Week, which is really great for me. We actually reformed peer support training this year. We hired an external organization called the Ontario Peer Development Ontario Peer Development Initiative to facilitate the training. And this was a really great step in terms of re-philosophizing, if that's a word, revisioning the philosophy of what peer support is going to look like on this campus in collaboration with some folks from Student Experience as well. What was really great about this program was that it met Canada standards of peer support, and students were also able to receive accreditation for being peer supporters as well, which is really important for students who might want to pursue something similar to this in the future. My apologies. So Wellness Week is also coming up from October 1st to 4th, so that is quickly approaching. Food support services was very recently featured on Google, which has 10.7 million followers. And props to Nico for really helping me with that one. He really led the charge in terms of featuring that on Google's Instagram stories, so we were really able to garner a lot of good attention in terms of food support services hamper program, which is an anonymous program where students are able to request food hampers here at the UCC. Lastly, peer programs. We'll be running a peer programs week sometime in October, as well as right now we're in the middle of Q week, which is kind of like a play on words of O week, but it's an LGBTQ2 plus orientation week, I guess, run by Pride Western in collaboration with Spectrum, which is an LGBTQ2 plus focused club. My last update is that Allyship Network is currently in the process of hosting some focus groups in order to ensure that their training is as diverse, inclusive, and also representational of students across campus as possible. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, Councillor Carlson.
I said I would take questions and I left.
Does somebody want to pass him a different mic if that one's... Okay, thank you.
There we go. Okay, now we're on. Okay. Sorry, I just have two questions about orientation.
Of course.
So the first one being, in your report, it outlined that the hiring for associate orientation and OCO have been extended. Has that been like advertised outwardly? Because on Western Connect, the hiring thing, it still says that it was this past Monday was the deadline.
So the positions that have been extended are associate orientation, academic orientation coordinator, and charity orientation coordinator. The decision was made today, so it might have not updated yet.
Okay, perfect. And another question, just because some constituents were talking to me about it and I didn't have a firm answer. There was appeared to be a bit of controversy on the USC's post about hiring for the orientation coordinator and the associate orientation, I think reflecting whether or not those positions have come completely under the USC funding umbrella or if there's other major players that going on. I'm just wondering if you could give some insight on that.
For sure. So for some context, it is just the orientation coordinator, not the associate orientation that's changing. So previously, the orientation coordinator was supervised by both the Housing and Ancillary Services Department at Western, along with the USC. A few years ago, there were some changes made to the governing structure of the orientation program. So before, when we were in the model where we had an OGB instead of an advisory board, which stood for Orientation Governance Board, it was chaired by the AVP of Housing and Ancillary Services and the person in my role. Since then, the position has shifted. The board has shifted to be co-chaired by myself and the AVP Student Experience. So we felt that it wasn't exactly appropriate then to have housing supervise the OCO as in years previous. And this was a discussion that I had with the AVP Student Experience along with the AVP Housing and Ancillary Services. So that was one of the big factors that influences this decision. A second one was the way that the OCO was funded through the OPAS budget, and then the second one is the way that the OCO is funded through the OPAS budget. So while the OPAS budget is paid for by first-year students, it is directly administered through our accounting department. So in that way, it's difficult for us to be able to salary an employee and then be able to have them be directly supervised by another party. Although we recognize that the OPAS budget is made of funds from first-year students, because it is, on our accounting lines, it was difficult for us to explain through an HR perspective why we were sort of funding an employee that was then being supervised by somebody else, and it was a liability issue that our Human Resources Department also recognized. So there were a few different factors at play, and they were all expressed to the stakeholders involved, so that being the two AVPs and myself, and that was the decision that we came to.
Great, awesome. I appreciate the clarity.
Yeah, of course. Any other questions? Amazing. Thank you.
Oh, I think there's one more.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Yep.
As much as it's more like so Q Week, as you mentioned, it was just featured in CBC yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, but like also congrats for that getting featured, and thanks for the update as well. Yeah, that's all.
Yes. Congrats to Pride Western and Spectrum. They did
I
amazing.
think there's a question. No?
Associate Orientation, Academic Orientation Coordinator, and Charity Orientation Coordinator. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
All right. So, as everyone knows, I always struggle with these microphones. Much like everyone else, this time around we have everything written out in a report. I hope you've all read it. If you haven't yet, you should, because it helps you keep us accountable, because it goes in a lot more detail than I'm going to go into right now. So, to start off, a big part of my job has been monitoring the Student Choice Initiative situation. We're going to talk about that more later in a separate agenda item. Another thing I'd like to note is we've built. Oh my God, that is so much better. Okay, so yeah, we've built, as part of that, we've built some really strong relationships with the registrar's office, and they're really fantastic people. And quite frankly, they're one of the people that like really rarely gets recognition, and I just want to recognize them now, how amazing they've been. So real shout out to the registrar's office for all the help they've given us and the great flow of information they've had. Another thing, monitoring Student Choice Initiative, we actually went to a conference where we met other schools and compared our strategies. So yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about it in a later session, but it's been a big part of what I've been spending my time on. I'm also chair of the Purple Fest Finance Committee, which has been quite the experience. And I've also given a lot of finance and governance support to the orientation program, which has been a really educational experience to me. So some of the things I kind of run myself. Other things, though, I really appreciate getting to kind of help my colleagues with running their programs that they do. One really interesting thing that I'm super proud of is a big priority of mine was getting some more financial literacy stuff coming from the USC. And we started a partnership with UWO Student Experience for financial literacy that we're going to be delivering in partnership with them, as well as through some external organizations we're partnering with. As I've talked about already, we are in the process/growing pains of implementing the new student refugee program, and we're really, really confident in the direction we're going on that. Finally, we had a faculty vice president finance roundtable. It was really great to connect with them. I found out a lot of concerns that we hadn't heard before, or that I hadn't heard before. So that's been really great, and I'm really looking forward to continuing to liaise with all the faculty councils on that note. On the governance side, our big focus on governance is actually more board policies this year. Council, a lot was done last year. We will continue to do council policies, but we're going to really focus on board policies. And we're also going to be really looking deep into the bylaws. Going on to Campus Trust, as I said, it's a huge priority of mine this year is improving the governance of it. And actually at a board meeting yesterday over the phone, I pushed through a really big proposal. It has not been approved yet. It's gone to committee. But I put forward a proposal to have literally the industry-leading level of training for trust management delivered to all of the trustees on the board, which is going to be a super, super valuable tool for helping make sure the people administering your health and dental plan are like the best people out there to be doing it. So we're really proud of that and really confident in our direction going forward. On clubs, so we had clubs training, which I know some of you actually were at. We expanded our Choose Your Own Path model that was enormously successful last year, and I think it was a pretty big success this year as well. I would be surprised if anyone didn't know that last week was Clubs Week, because it was absolutely massive. There were over 200 clubs, and it was an extremely successful week, and we got a lot of great feedback from clubs about it. One big thing is we've also started some more serious collaboration with the athletics club system. For those who don't know, there's a parallel club system that does athletics clubs, and we've started working with them, having some meetings, and finding ways we can collaborate. One final thing I want to note is we have given for the first time actually ever, a startup grant to all new USC clubs. So they're actually, was traditionally actually a big barrier when you were a new club because you didn't have any money to like get your booth and stuff for Clubs Week. So now all of our 18 new clubs have a small startup grant we've given to them to kind of help bridge that first part of their process as a ratified club. So that's some of the stuff I've been up to. And if anyone has any questions, I can take them. Yes?
Zain Al-Shamil, Health Science Counselor, President. I just have a question about the opt-out rates with the Student Choice Initiative. When will faculty know what our grant is going to look like for this year?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to suggest that we kind of defer this for the thing that's right after this. That just as a note, we're going to be moving to going camera for that so we can talk a little more openly about it. All right?
All right, any other questions for Declan? Okay. Awesome.
Here's Nico.
Yeah, we'll put that back down. Thanks.
Hello, I'll try to be quick. So you would have received the executive reports much later than we had intended them to go out, but you did receive them in writing. I want to get a bit of a gauge. I wouldn't expect that you've all had time to read them yet because you've been attentively focusing in the meeting since 6:50 when that report was sent out. But generally, is that kind of a structure, if it was earlier, more what you're looking for exec reports than a higher level summary a little bit faster like we've done tonight? Can I get like a thumbs up if people are happy with that? Okay. So we're going to stick with that structure moving forward and just aim to give it to you like 2 or 3 days in advance so you have time to read it. Okay? Great. The other thing that you would have received in advance, hopefully that if you received my email, was the executive roadmap. We changed the color scheme. We added icons. We fixed the signatures. Thank you, Councillor Carlson, for all of your valuable feedback. He's actually joining our graphic design department at the USC. So the executive roadmap is now complete. We have 24 priorities. For those of you who weren't at summer council, you won't be receiving a presentation on it because we've already done it. Would highly, highly recommend that you take a look at it. It is our executive's priorities for the year. The opening letter kind of describes how it's meant to be what differentiates our team from the general day-to-day operations of the USC, and these are the things that we want you to hold us accountable to as well. So in future months, now that we'll have a little bit more time to start to execute these things, we want to talk about individual priorities in our executive reports, and hopefully you'll have a report before the next council meeting as to where we're at on those priorities, what resources we need, what we think we're actually going to accomplish. But please read that roadmap if you have not already. In terms of my updates, I'll be quick. As you know, I basically support the corporate organization and the other executive portfolios, so I don't have a ton of things that I do on my own. Branding and messaging is obviously really key to my portfolio, so we've been intentionally doing a lot in terms of the USC's brand and image, trying to get the message out, things like SAO, putting logos where logos should exist, things like the spoke, like our new packaging on the spoke you'll see is going to start to be USC branded. It's just the things that we're already doing, we're trying to help students know that those are USC associated events, programs, services, whatever it may be, so that they connect that with the great things that we're already doing. Media relations, this is a significant part of my role. We've actually had a lot of success in this department. Unfortunately, I don't have a direct comparable year to year because we haven't been collecting great data up until now. But we're in excess of 50 articles that we've been directly quoted in just in 4 months, which is like really, really high for a student association. 4 of those have been in Academica Top 10, which reaches 30,000 people, student affairs professionals, people in higher education across the country. These are really good things. The vast majority of these articles have been positive, so our media has been good this year, which is great for like student union legitimacy, not just for us, but across Ontario in a time when people have varied opinions on how valid student unions are. General comms, this is just, I want you to think that I'm doing something related to my job. I do support communications from obviously anything that goes out from the USC basically comes from me, but also anything from a lot of the other offices on campus gets routed through me for consultation. If you see a really crappy communication, it's probably because they didn't take my advice or they didn't ask. I'm just kidding. Most of the time, there's a lot of good communicators on campus, but there are obviously some challenges. When we think about something like Fall Reading Week communication, that date change, that's something that, like an issue that we brought to the registrar's office that we're now retroactively trying to fix because we know that the communication wasn't great, to say the least, on that issue. SCI communications, I talked about this last meeting. I led the comm strategy for this. We can talk a little bit more about it when we have that dedicated SCI session coming up. Brofdale and Purple Fest, as Bardia said, this has taken up also far too much of my time. We'll see what the outcome is. I've worked with the task force communicators, so the comms leads from all of the other agencies across the city. I can't even count how many meetings we've had, how many hours I've spent on this, but it has been a big focus of my time. Trying to get a student perspective into this issue because a lot of people don't really understand kind of what students are feeling about that issue. And then graphic standards, if anyone saw my cool, hip, and woke email signature, it now has personal pronouns and it has a land recognition. That's something that you should start to see across USC. Just an example of some standards that we're doing. It'll be things like that, things like business cards, response standards that I'll have to start holding myself to. Though that sort of, it gives you an idea of how my role is both corporate and political. I would say that probably summarizes a bit of what I've been doing for the past few months, and I'll take any questions if there are any. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. President Gelier?
Hello? Just because I realized I didn't ask if there's any questions if there's any questions just in general for Kat, myself, or any of the executives in general, please.
Yeah, sorry. Councillor Morris, did you have something?
There we go. Councillor Morris, Education President. I'm going to bring up our favorite topic. I've had a couple students approach me, and they're kind of afraid to even go out of their dorms and out of their houses in terms of the kind of way it's been talked about in media. Do we know what the parameters are of like what's acceptable for students to be doing? And more specifically, how they don't get a ticket and, for instance, lose their ability to get a teaching job?
All right, President Gelier is going to address your question.
Yeah, so this is something that we've heard a lot from our students, our students as well, and we've brought it up to the stakeholders around the table. So they've assured me that all of the measures that are being taken are primarily for safety, and they've said that the changes that I made, for example, to the code and with the sharing agreement with police have all been done in the spirit of safety and will only be used punitively in the most serious of cases. This is what they have told me, and as individuals, I do trust them. But if one thing that should be noted is that they've also said they're going to be extremely strict on things like that are dangerous. For example, don't go on a roof, and like that is one thing that they've emphasized over and over again. Don't go on a roof. So I'm telling you, everyone around the table, don't go on the roof for the minutes. Don't go on the roof. And I think the most important thing is be safe. Like respect the officers there. Respect the law, because in itself, walking on the street I don't think is necessarily illegal, but if you are crushing a 2-6 in the middle of Brofdale, yeah, that's illegal. If you're doing a backflip off a roof, that is a fire code violation. If you're beating someone up, that is an assault. Like, be responsible, be safe, take care of each other. And what we've been told by all the partners around the table that it is around safety, but I completely share those concerns, and we are bringing them to the people at the table about what is going on with this. But they've assured us, and I do trust people around the table but we'll make sure that these concerns are going, especially for the long term of of what's going on with the situation.
All right, Councillor Reeser.
Councillor Reeser. So President Gelier, so what will happen on Saturday if it thunderstorms?
Yes.
Regarding like the events going on.
So for Purple Fest, if we've checked the weather, I think it's like about 1 millimeter of rain projected, but it is a risk of thunderstorms. If there is lightning close to the stadium, we do have to evacuate it just by rule. However, because I don't think it's going to be anticipated for long, we'll probably just take everyone out, put it in a safe place, and probably try and put everyone back in. Hopefully we don't have to, but just emergency procedure is so. If something serious does come up, if there are high winds, if like there's persistent lightning, if there's hurricane-like weather, we will have to obviously evacuate the venue and cancel the event. Unfortunately, because we will still be contractually obligated to pay off our talent, no refunds will be assessed.
Yeah, Councillor Fakarami.
Social science, is it on?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's on now.
okay. Yep, no, you're good.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Councillor Fikirani, social science. So, like you mentioned, the task force said that the reason that they're implementing new measures is for the purposes of student safety. Would you be able to, like, if you do know, would you be able to address why in particular the 3 measures which were adopted are being adopted, so that being the cameras, the changes to bylaws, and then the changes to the code of conduct?
So the cameras have always actually gone up.
Oh.
Like I've been told that they've gone up, I think, quite often. Like there's cameras all over this campus, for example. Like there's cameras everywhere. I think so. I think a concern was initially that they had gone up without telling the people, without anyone knowing. That if you guys have me on Facebook, by the way, add me. That turned out actually that they hadn't put the cameras in; they had just put the boxes in. The cameras were going to be installed, and when there were going to be signage going up. So that was just, I guess, I thought they were gone too, and that was a mistake on my part. I should have asked the members of the task force, I'm assuming. So that's with the cameras. And these, again, when, like last year there were 20,000 people on the street, like emergency services cannot monitor that street. And that's the primary reason I honestly believe them for it. And in speaking with members of the task force, they say those, especially the cameras, they will definitely not be used to ticket someone for an open liquor violation. Like that's such a waste of police time to be looking through and saying, that guy has a beer open. No, it's not going to happen. So they've assured me on that. In terms of the bylaw, that's been something that's been worked on. They've been working on for a while. It was a suggestion from the community, I believe, and I can't speak to why it's been done. But I've been told again by the chief enforcement officer of bylaw that they will only be done. They will only be done to either residences that have had multiple complaints, residents that have been warned, or nuisance party that is legitimately threatening safety, like the safety of the people within within the party. They have told us that they understand the concern about people who do live on Brofdale, and they've said if they encourage people to reach out to them and tell them if you live on Brofdale and say, hi, on the 28th I'm having 20 people over, and that's it. So that they know what's going on, and so that if they see 600 people on your property, they know that you didn't do this, right? I would also recommend don't invite 600 people to your house on Brofdale. As if I have to say that. Yeah.
Oh my God. I was just wondering, the fence that connects Medsid to Brothdale, are they going to close that fence on FOCO or not? Because there's a gate there.
So, actually, I actually don't know. I can get that answer to you guys. Yes, Nico knows.
So our understanding is that they're not planning on closing the fence. They may. The fence is closable, but it will definitely be an exit only from Brofdale. So people will not be able to enter Brofdale via that gate.
Anything else for Kat or for me? I'm not sure if I can call on people.
Yeah, Councillor Campbell.
So the MOU is just 1 year, right? And just to
so
clarify.
it expires April 30th, 2020.
Yes. So do you think that this creates a precedent now and that this will continue on? And then also, do you think that we're, by creating this new norm, are we going to be challenging our rights and the sharing of information between the police and our academic institution? Because, for example, it was brought up that this is our lives and our livelihoods, and so if we're charged with something, even though we may not, Brofdale is a very subjective like it can be perceived many ways. I think as students, if you're around people that are drunk, it's very easy for you to get put into a category. So do you think, and maybe be unjustly charged? Like, it depends on the situation, but do you think that this is something that we should be looking at as a long-term change, or is this just 1 year?
The USC right now is soliciting feedback from our students. We're trying to understand how students feel about this. I can say that we do share these concerns, and we have voiced them to the people around the table. The people around the table have told us that the MOU will only be used in the most serious of cases. Our concern is that is not directly outlined in the literature of the MOU. For the long term, we're going to make sure that we are advocating to the best of our abilities to make sure that, and if this does become a long-term thing, there is student consultation involved. There's consultation involved with our campus community. But I cannot emphasize enough that I trust the people around the table at that task force, and I'm really putting myself out there on this because I'm hoping that they come through in what they have told me, and I do believe that they will, that it will only be used for the most serious of cases, and that's the one that they mentioned, like assault, sexual violence, serious bodily harm, safety issues, things like that. That's where they're gonna put that into play, and that's what they have told me, and that's what they've released in their statements. I share the concerns surrounding the literature of it, and if you please send me an email with your concerns, because this is not going to be a conversation that ends on the 28th. It's going to be a conversation that goes until April 30th, 2020. I hope I answered that as
All right. Are there any other questions? Yep, President Barroso.
Victoria Barroso, Science President. Can you outline the specific charges that are covered by the MOU?
criminal charges, the Controlled Drug and Substance Act, and any federal or provincial acts. That is the wording in the MOU. And it has to have happened at a large gathering that is unsanctioned by the university. That is not sanctioned by the university. Sorry. Is that correct?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
Based on that wording, like a large gathering that if I'm not mistaken, it says like with a reasonable number of assumed Western students, would that not constitute like a bar or like any other event that's not just homecoming? Like, could that wording not apply then to like Seeps on a Saturday or like a different bar? You know what I mean? Like,
the USC shares the concerns. But again, I have to say that the people at that table have told us that those will not be. They've told us that it will only be for things like Brofdale. So that's what they have told us. And the issue that we find is that it's just vague, but because it is available sort of for the university discretion, because the MOU will only allow the code to be triggered, right? And the code has a very specific test, basically, on what can trigger it. So that's where that limit applies. And again, the people around the table I believe, are trustworthy people, and they will not implement it in that perspective in terms of code sanctions. But from the definition of large, it depends on what your definition is. From what I've heard from the deputy chief of police and from the university, is that they don't quantify that as like a bar or something like that as large. They only quantify something the size of like the last year's Brofdale party as large. So that's where their interpretation of it is, and I trust them on that. But again, the USC shares some of the concerns, and we are working to make sure to seek clarification and to do the best we can in our advocacy efforts on this.
Could I get a motion to extend the question period for 5 minutes? Yeah, Councillor Reeser and Councillor Cronin. Any objections? Any objections to extending the question period?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay, well, it still passes, so we'll continue. Councillor Campbell.
Okay, so I respect what you're saying in the sense that you trust these people. However, trust really doesn't matter in this example because at the end of the day, it's the words that are going to fundamentally affect our lives. And for example, if this year we trust these individuals who can impact the rest of our lives, but those individuals change and then they abuse that authority, how will we strategically ensure that that doesn't happen as a USC?
You will send me an email with that concern, and I will take it to the right people.
Yep, Councillor Reeser.
Councillor Reeser, so a question, kind of given the acceptance of this as it is for right now, have any of the representatives expressed an intent or like a willingness to open up some sort of either roundtable or feedback or anything as we're approaching into like possible renewal come next year?
So this has been it's been pretty quick moving, obviously, because this was really confidential. It was mentioned to us it was mentioned to us in the summer, June 27th, thank you. But we obviously couldn't get the full details of it just because it was a confidential agreement between the university and LPS. So things have been quite quick, and just being completely honest, things have been pretty crazy the past couple of weeks, obviously, with the coming back to school, with ProFest being in a week, everyone's had so much on their plate, so we haven't really had the opportunity to fully dissect it. I'm sure that once they receive the lovely feedback you guys will all be giving me by email, president@westernusc.ca, I'm sure the university and LPS will be open to having these discussions.
All right, and Councillor Atala?
Councillor, some people asked me about one of their concerns, if they would be breathalyzed on the streets, like randomly, or would the police be able to do that? Because I'm pretty sure they have the ability to do that. So I don't know if they will.
Yeah, so we are, I can't see that happening personally, but again, the USC's made clear, like our partners around the table, that we're not going to be involved in their operational tactical planning because we're going to let the police officers do that, and like campus PD is involved in that. I really doubt that they're going to do that. We haven't heard anything of the sort, so I don't think they're going to be coming around with a breathalyzer. I think they have bigger fish to fry on that day.
All right, are there any other questions?
He is allowed. Yeah. Matt Grenier, Senator.
Okay, Senator Grenier.
Oh, there we go. Senator Grenier, I just wanted to ask if the USC was consulted at all, or whether this was a purely housing choice, that guests checked into residents must have purchased a Purple Fest ticket, which is very out of the normal for this weekend.
So we were aware, and we weren't directly consulted on it, but we were made aware of it. It is just because there is like a very high influx. So usually, I think in previous years, it's been no guest policy for, I remember 2-3 years ago that was when it was actually the real homecoming date. Shoot. I don't know. But we were told about it. We weren't directly consulted, I guess, in an official consultation capacity. Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions? Yep, Councillor Kadahata.
Hi, this might be a silly question, but why you were saying that the MOA just applies to very particular, like, serious events where that information has to be. Sorry, you were saying that like the new MOA where that information is shared between like the London police and the university only applies to very serious instances, like on Brockdale, for example. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Sort of. So the university and LPS have assured us that that's the way it will be interpreted by them. The literature of it states that it is, again, charges stemming from the criminal code, the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, and any federal or provincial act. So
Okay.
charges coming from those that happen or are directly related to a large assembly that is not sanctioned by the university. I believe that's the.
Okay, so I guess this is where my possibly silly question is: why should the university be aware of those things? Like, why should that information be shared to the university? Like, what's the point of this, essentially?
I think the university is really trying to make sure that any student or that poses, I guess, a safety risk. They are aware of that, and they also want to ensure that they have some awareness of the sort of the issues around, especially with relation to Broughdale, things that are surrounding their name and likelihood.
Yeah, sorry, Vice President Dunn. Okay, but also, could I get a motion to extend for another 5 minutes? Okay, Vice President Dunn and Councillor Kozak. Okay, any objections to extending for another 5 minutes? Yeah, sure. So motion to amend for 10. Councillor Morris, and Councillor Lee. Okay, 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's on? Okay, amazing. I just want to reiterate what Bardia said about sending him an email. A lot of the concerns and questions that you guys are bringing up when we began to get details of this literally like a week and a half ago is really when we started to get details on this. We voiced our concerns to senior administration. A lot of the same concerns that you folks are bringing up around the table. And I think it only helps in order to show that these are concerns from students on the ground as well. And the best way to share that feedback is by sending a formal email.
Okay, yep, Councillor Fakarani.
Hi, Councillor Fikirani, Social Science. Before I ask my question, I do want to acknowledge that I know you guys haven't been consulted. You guys weren't the ones signing the MOU, so I do appreciate like you taking this line of questioning, even though you might not be able to fully answer it. But I was just wondering, so Vice President Dune, you mentioned that you guys got the MOU last week. Oh.
We were made aware that there were certain things. We knew that there was an MOU coming. We started to get some details orally. We did not receive the MOU. And then we set up a meeting to voice our potential concerns. We did not see the MOU.
Yeah.
We read the MOU in that meeting and continued to voice our concerns. However, we were not allowed to take a copy of it back with us.
So my question, I think, might actually be better directed to you. Is that okay? Can I do
Yep.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. But I was just wondering, like going back to our constituents, telling them the advocacy that the USC is doing, can you kind of just like walk us through what the USC has been doing to advocate for students with respect to this MOU?
Yeah, I think Nico's actually a better person to
Okay,
speak
then.
to this.
Thank you.
I can give you a bit of a journey map of this, only because I happen to be the person that was at the most meetings relating to this. So we learned about the MOU at a meeting on June the 27th, just for information. Like I said, we weren't consulted. We didn't see the MOU at that time. I'm not even sure if it was written at that time. We learned in mid-September that the MOU had been signed by the university and by the police. That was the next time that we had learned about it. And at that point, Vice President Dunn and President Gelaire booked a meeting with some of the senior administrators from Western as our kind of elected representatives and our kind of pair of advocates for the USC. They took that meeting. They, at that time, saw a copy of the MOU and read it. We're not allowed to keep it. So we received a copy at the same time that everyone else did. So something else for your reference, this MOU became live and public on Monday of this week. There was a Western News article, which we can share if you just look on Western News. It's on their homepage. So that article was the university's basically press release or statement about the MOU, and it linked to the actual MOU, so you can see a copy. It's online. So that corresponded with the release of the MOU and the agenda of the London Police Services Board meeting. So that meeting, it's a public meeting. It's being held tomorrow. I believe it's at 1 p.m. And that is when that's the reason why the MOU is public, because it needed to go to the police board for approval. It just happened to be 2 days before the anticipated unsanctioned street party on Broughdale. So that's why the MOU became public, because it was paired with that public police services board meeting. In terms of the advocacy that we've been doing, we've been in conversations with administrators to share our concerns. We do have a public statement which was released to media outlets. I expect that you'll see it publicly probably within hours, if not the next 24 hours. and I assume that it'll go on our website as well. So we do have a statement. We have taken a position on it, which President Gelaire has already expressed that we have some concerns. We've been assured that by the university that the spirit of the MOU is about student safety, but we're concerned about what the actual language written in the MOU is. That's really the crux of it, about the scope of the MOU in terms of the types of charges, and what kind of gatherings it could potentially apply to, because the language is vague.
All right. Are there any other questions? Yep, Councillor Lee. And then Burrows. Oh, yeah, there's a mic there. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, Science Counselor. So with this MOU, are you aware of any other university campuses that also apply such policy? Because this does have the potential to become a situation in, let's say, admissions or where universities get this information. So I was just wondering if there's any other university campuses that also have similar policies.
I'm gonna defer this to Kat.
So I can't speak to anything about any other universities that I'm not aware of through my position, but I can speak to the admissions piece. This was a concern that we brought up, and the MOU will actually only apply to current Western students, as we were concerned that anyone who could potentially be applying may have a student number, and that is not the case. They will not be able to be impacted by this.
All right, thank you. President Barroso. Can somebody pass her a mic? Thank you.
Victoria Barroso, Science President. I was just going to ask when the meeting that you said tomorrow is at 1 o'clock, where that's taking place.
City Hall. Are you pretty sure? It's live streamed as well. I think it's at City Hall. Nico can check, and then we'll get back to you after the next question. They're all at City Hall? Yeah, so it is at City Hall. Okay, I checked my calendar literally 2 hours ago.
President Al-Shamil.
Hello, Zain Al-Shamil, Health Science President. I think something just kind of ease the minds of everybody, something to consider as well regarding the MOU. If they give you a ticket for let's say drinking in public or something like public intoxication, you got to keep in mind that we are an institution of around 30,000 undergraduates alone, and that has to be if they give out 3,000 tickets, let's say that day, every single ticket has to be processed by the university, go through an entire, I think it's a 6-week process, and that's a lot of work for the university, and it just doesn't make sense for the police to be issuing out tickets just like that unless it's a really serious matter. And correct me if I'm wrong on this way of thinking.
The university has made sure has told me and my colleagues multiple times that they will only be going after the most serious offenses. However, the literature says what it does. I trust the people at the university for this year, and we'll work on what to do for next.
All right. Councillor Hunter.
Councillor Hunter, Brescia President. To answer a question from Councillor Lee, I believe, I think Queens has a similar MOU signed with the police board. If you do want to look at that, it's different, but they do have an agreement like that, from my understanding, with conversations with MyAdmin.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Vijay.
I just had a clarifying question for Vice President Dunn. So is that saying that prospective students won't be targeted, or incoming students in grade 12 coming for taking time off school? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, that's correct. The MOU only says active students in its language, so it will only be able to be applied to active students.
And I have another question as well. Is that okay?
Okay. Yep.
So yeah, just kind of building off of Science President Al-Shamil's point. So last year there was 134 charges. Is there any worry that less charges will be given out, but then instead more university action will be taken academically? Or is the kind of presumption that this will mostly be for criminal matters?
I think in terms of actual execution of this, I think it is mostly serious matters. I'm going to be honest, I don't think London Police Fire, the people handing out the tickets, really care what happens after like in terms of like university sanctions, it's not their jurisdiction, and their number one concern, as well as the universities, is that student safety piece. So I don't think there's going to be necessarily like they're not in cohorts to get the students. Like it's just this is all to like encourage the safety of our students, and I don't see the university going after students for like liquor violations. They've said it multiple times. Jenny Massey was here, said it multiple times. Lynn Logan said it, that they're not going to go after open liquor violations. They're not going to go after like that type. It's only the most serious of offenses, and that's what they have said. They've said it publicly as well, which sort of holds them to account on it, and which is why I can say it as much as I like until I go blue in the face, but I trust them with that. I don't think they're gonna try and just go after this, and like I just want to like we have been partners on this task force with police, fire, emergency services, like the City of London, the university. We've been on this task force since last November, and we've been working with them very closely, and there's like a trust that's been built, and I can honestly say I do believe that they are doing this for safety. This obviously is not a situation that we wanted to be in. Like this is the literature.
Can I get a motion to extend for? Okay, whoever makes the motion decide 5 or 10. Councillor Cronin. 5.
5. Can we limit this at 5?
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Lee. Are there any objections to extending? Okay, so seeing no objections, we'll continue.
Yeah, so like we've just been working really closely, and so this MOU does obviously put us in a tough position just because I trust people around the table, but obviously 30,000 students haven't met every single person around that table. So that's where a lot of the concern's coming from, and I completely understand that concern. And Councillor Campbell's point of what happens if these people aren't there for a subsequent version of this MOU, that is completely in our mind. So we are advocating to the best of our abilities to make sure that we can get the literature fixed. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we need your guys' feedback to make sure. And like, I'm loving this questioning as much as it may seem that I'm not, but like, I'm loving it. Like, it's good feedback to hear, and this is what we need to hear because it really drives how we are gonna move forward in this process. Because again, when this came out, we didn't have students on campus. We couldn't do this. We couldn't ask everyone for what their opinion was, right? So this is such a good way of getting that feedback. So please keep it coming. Please send me these emails. Please send me these emails because we need them, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barroso.
Victoria Barroso, Science President. I know you talked a little bit about how it won't affect students applying or coming into Western. How does it affect fourth-year students or students applying to graduate and professional programs?
So the sanctions can apply to any active student. So, however, only the most severe sanctions, like suspension, expulsion, go on transcripts. However, schools can ask, and you can give consent as an individual for them to access your record on if you've been sanctioned in the past or not. So that's sort of how that plays out. But any active student can be sanctioned. Again, we've gotten assurances that it will only be for the most serious, but yeah, that's how it can be applied.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Morris.
Oh, there we go. Councillor Morris, Education President. I'm going to be careful of how I word this because it's going to sound like I'm coming at you, but I'm not. Just be aware.
Don't worry, I can take it.
So you say that you trust the people around the table.
Yeah.
And you've been in this working group since last November. No. If we weren't included, like not you specifically, but the USC has been. If we weren't included in the discussion of everything that's played out, what does that say about their trust level of students and student leaders?
That is an excellent question. I think it was a MOU between two organizations that didn't involve the broader task force, which is what we received when we asked why. It was, and a lot of it came because of conversations between, because there was a change in leadership at the like highest level of the police. The chief changed from John Barry to Steve Williams, and 2 deputy chiefs changed over as well. So there was a lot of confidentiality involved there. I have been told that members of the former executive were informed of this, but I'm not sure. They were. So, but again, I'm not sure about this. So that's where, again, it could have come up like it did in June with us, where it was like just in passing.
All right. Okay, how are we for time? It was 5 minutes. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, so seeing no other questions, we're gonna move on. Yeah, I'm looking for the motion to go in camera. Vice President Dunn? All right, so got a mover to go in camera and seconder, Councillor Carlson. Okay, so if we could turn off the cameras, that would be awesome.